listening to EWBSX, the cyber bully, the world's most unhinged right-wing echo chamber. Put your feet up and relax. You're home now.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
Our religion is based.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
What is that?
We're gonna kill them. You know, they're gonna be like dead.
The N-word. Go home to mommy.
Why don't we just kill him? Well, she's obviously dark.
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're gonna win more.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the ASTROLABE. Oh, man. I went like a month. This is one of the longest stretches I've gone without having the pinched nerve in my neck decide to just have a cow. Just an absolute cow. I was in bad shape last night. It was not gonna The Lave was not going to happen. I tried. I got it most of the way put together, but no. It just wasn't going to happen. I had to call it off, and I hated doing it because I got some good stuff. Fortunately, there's a bunch more good stuff, so I got even more added to it today. Should be a good show tonight. And a reminder to everyone that there will be a Saturlabe tomorrow. We are Saturlabing now on a regular basis, and it's going to be a great, a tremendous, a wonderful, one of the best pseudolabes of all time. It is a whopper, an absolutely massive pseudolabe, and it promises to be a very, very good one. So, I got a preview for it. We'll watch here in just a minute. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sue. Happy birthday, yes. Yeah, I got a migraine for my birthday. That's what I got. It was a good birthday. Otherwise, it was we got to go to Eastwood's first jiu-jitsu class in the morning. Jiu-jitsu class for Christian homeschoolers, and it was very Christian homeschool. Man, I grew up going to Christian homeschooling stuff, and oh boy, was it Christian homeschool. But it was great. It was there's a age range of, I think there's maybe like youngest might have been 3 or 4, and then all the way up to probably 11 or 12. And for the most part, it was just kind of giving the kids a controlled space to just run around and like crash into each other. And you know, they had to do a couple of things that kind of reminded me of when I was going through MEPS, like the crab walk. You had to get in your underwear and crab walk. Well, they didn't get in their underwear, fortunately, but doing the crab walk forward and crab walk backwards across the mats. And then they practiced a couple of moves. And Eastwood definitely did not like being pinned, being like held down while the kid was trying to like adjust his position. He did not like being the one laying down, being held to the mat. But he very much capitalized on any opportunity to attack or climb on top of another child, and really seemed to enjoy that. So, yeah, this will be good for him to go and you get some of the aggression out and maybe get put in his place a little bit. Han Pritchard says, I know a kid who shit himself while doing the duck walk at MEPS. Oh man, I can't even imagine. Oh, that would be a bad experience. It was while I was at MEPS that I had the MPs come in and yell my name and haul me off to the CO because my recruiter misled me and I almost got in trouble for lying on my enlistment documents. But that happened while it was like just after or even while I was doing the crab walk that they came in and Erickson. Oh shit. So that crab walk would be stuck in my head for that reason. Wit says to check Venmo. Well, let me go check Venmo then. Happy birthday to me. Update. You bastard. Wit, Patriot, with the $33 tip through Venmo. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. You are, he says, happy late 30s. Oh, no. No. Yes, it is. It is. I was thinking back, I was laying there in bed last night, like contorting myself into weird positions, trying to get the tension off of my neck and just staring up into the dark, thinking. And I was like, all right, so right about now, I turned 37 based on when I was born. So if I cut that in half, then that means halfway through my life to this point was 18 and a half. And where was I at 8? Oh man, I know exactly where I was at 18 and a half. Holy crap. I was sitting there doing that last night in my head. And yes, today I'm 37. One great thing about my birthday is whenever my birthday hits, I always know that it is exactly 3 weeks until Christmas and 4 weeks until the New Year. So we are now 4 weeks minus 1 day until 2026, a year that promises to be tremendous. It is going to be a fascinating, extraordinarily fascinating year. Drama-filled, I'm sure. 2025 has been a wild, wild year. I don't think everyone expected 2025 to kind of be crazy. And then once Trump got elected, then it was kind of like a lull, like what's going to happen here? And then he got inaugurated and went on the Blitzkrieg. And then it's just been kind of like riding the tiger ever since. So 2026 should be very, very interesting. It's going to be the year of the economy, the year of reindustrialization. So I've got some things toward that end here on the show today, but I forgot to put the tips link here. Let me do that real quick. Let's call it the Make More Erickson's Fund tonight. tips.kingpilled.com. And I did not get the Bitcoin link thing set up. I was just busy dying, so I'll get that done for a previous show for those of you who want to, or for a future show for those of you who want to do. Oh, come on, those are guys who want to use Bitcoin. I think Kik is acting up on me. Let me see if it's going to let me. No, it let me log back in. Did the oh yeah, the message didn't even send. Okay. Make More Erickson's Fund. Okay. I'm very blessed that I get to do this. This is the way that I generate income because it is. I don't like missing shows for that reason.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
But thank you, Anonymous, gifting a sub to Mr. Sue. Congratulations, Mr. Sue. I can't believe that you didn't have a sub anyways. You're not giving me Uncle Jamie's money just naturally. Where you going to tell us where you were exactly 18 and a half years ago? Oh, I was in Turkey exactly 18 and a half years ago. I spent about 2 weeks just traveling around in Turkey with a buddy of mine, and went down, swam in the Mediterranean, and yeah. So that's where I was 18 and a half years ago. I was in Turkey, just getting ready to fly back. I think, or actually, it might have been just before. I can't remember the exact days, but it might have been just before I went to Turkey. I might have still been in Italy at the time, but I went from Italy to Turkey. Actually, I went from Italy to Germany to Norway to Germany to Turkey. That was the route that I took. Did I meet Erdogan? No, I don't think Erdogan was there he was probably in Turkey 18 and a half years ago. No, it was actually, I probably wouldn't go back there now, but it was pretty cool. It was honestly a pretty cool experience. Went and saw all of the churches from Revelation. Saw, one of the most interesting things was, Laodicea, now called Laodicea. It's the church that was lukewarm. The message that they were given, the Lord said to them that you're lukewarm, and I'll spew thee out of my mouth because you're neither hot nor cold. Well, we learned while we were there that there's actually up on the mountaintop, or kind of up the mountainside. Laodicea is down in a valley, and up the mountainside is a hot springs. And so we visited that hot springs, and they had a pretty sophisticated network of water piping that was piping water from the hot springs down to Laodicea. And so guess what happens when you take water from a hot springs and then you pipe it all the way down across several miles down in the valley to the city? Well, by the time it gets to the city, it's lukewarm. So that was very interesting. That was one of the things that really stuck out to me from the trip. We also went to we did like one day where we just blitzkrieged through all the churches from Revelation, Thessalonica and Smyrna, and I can't think of all of them off the top of my head now. I used to have them all memorized. But then we took a bus overnight. We traveled by bus everywhere we went, just like overnight, big coach bus. So we took like a 12-hour bus ride out into Cappadocia in the very like almost smack dab middle of the country, and slept in a hostel up on the roof, in like a little hut up on the roof of a hostel. And we got in really late, woke up the next morning, and we heard weird noises outside. We heard the call to prayer, and then we heard some weird noises outside. So we went out, we opened the door. Skies were just brilliantly blue. It's out in the desert where there's these really weird rock formations, like spiked up out of the ground, kind of. And there were hot air balloons, like probably, I don't know, 300 hot air balloons or something, just as far as the eye could see, just all over. There was some big hot air balloon show. So it was brilliantly blue sky with these, it looked fake. It looked like looking at like a screensaver or something. So we just stood there and kind of stood agog staring at them for a while. Then we rented some motorcycles and just rode off, just headed out down the highway. And eventually there were a couple of like dual sport Yamahas or something like that. And we just veered off the highway eventually and took a trail just winding up back into the hills, and wound up having I think it was I don't think it was my bike. It was the guy I was with. It was his bike had some sort of a fuel delivery system issue, and the bike just died out in the hills. So we carried it for a ways back, and then it was probably 90 degrees outside. It was really hot. Finally got back close enough to the road. I rode down on my bike, rode back as far as I could back up the road to a gas station, and went into this gas station. It's like the one little tiny broken down building on the side of the road out in the middle of the desert. Went into this gas station, and there was a kid and his dad, or his uncle, or something like that. Kid was probably, he looked like he was maybe 7 or 8, but he was a little smarter, so he was probably just really small. He was like 12 maybe. And he spoke a tiny bit of English. And I was able to communicate to him that there was a particular tool that we needed. We'd identified there was what the problem was, and that there was a particular wrench that we needed. So I was like, can I borrow this wrench? I was able to kind of demonstrate it to him. And he communicated it to his dad or uncle, whoever it was. And the guy finally got the picture, walked back into the back, grabbed it, came out, handed it to me, and then just like gestured to the kid and was like, go with him. And so just brought the kid with me. He hopped on the back of the motorcycle with me, rode all the way back up into the hills, and he just stood there and watched us while we fixed it, got the bike working again, and then drove him back down, took him back to the gas station, and went back to back into the hotel we were staying at. It was very, very bizarre experience, but I can't imagine that 18 and a half years later that would be quite the same experience that we would have going through Turkey. Yeah, anyways, I don't remember why I was talking about that. Oh, yeah, because that's what I was doing 18 and a half years ago. Yeah, Turkey's huge. We took from there, it was like 12 hours out into the middle of Turkey, and then it was another 10 or 12 hours down to the southern coast to Antalya. And that's where we went and hiked down to the beach and swam in the Mediterranean. And it was like the moment that my feet hit the Mediterranean, I was just like, all right, I'm good. I'm ready to go home. Been traveling for so long, been in Europe for 6 months, or not 6 months. It was like 3.5 months. And I was just done. I'm like, I'm ready to go home. And so my buddy and I both got really homesick at the same time. And so we just went back to the place we were staying, and we just like kind of sat there and twiddled our thumbs for like the last 2 or 3 days that we were there. Oh, but then I remember I was sitting there, and Michael Bublé's song Home just like spoke to me so much, because I was just like, I just want to go home. And I listened to that song probably like 20 times across 3 days. Oh man, that was a fun little trip down memory lane. Turkey is the center of the world, and it is the center of my own of the way that I've naturally grown up viewing the world. You know, emerging like the what do you call it, the birthplace of civilization. Greeks are triggered, yeah. No nice Turkish ladies. No, I wasn't really in the. I was a very good little Christian boy. I wanted to be a youth pastor. I was very much focused on the experience, and wasn't thinking about women so much at the time. That's not true. I was thinking about women, but I wasn't looking for any Turkish women. That's all I'm going to say. My wife is watching this stream. Yeah, I was saving myself for Mrs. Kingpell. That's exactly what I was doing. All right. Let us get started here. Hold on just a second. Let me, I'm sitting on a heating pad to try to keep my my back chilled out, but it is one that periodically times out, so I got to start it up again. I set it on high and just about cooked myself during the pre-show, so I got to set it on medium. All right, so let us kick it off with a preview of our great propagandist. This is for the ASTROLABE tomorrow. You guys are in for a treat. I know the premise. I know the general premise of it. Have not watched it. I've got this, got a preview for you guys. Week 46, Loved by the Sun.
She's under a spell. A powerful spell.
Do something.
Only you can answer this riddle. Jack, we have a promise that must be kept. Now, fulfill your promise.
It kind of sounds like Justine.
I'll miss you.
But don't forget us.
Never.
I have seen the mystics play there once or twice. Well, I knew they had a reason. Enchantment plays its cards all right, hand in hand with the workings of the seasons. Legends can be now and forever, teaching us to love for goodness sake. Legends can be now and forever, loved by the sun.
Yes!
Loved by the sun. Loved. Two and two go so close together, whether there is hope that is torn apart in the words of all.
Go forth, young man!
Hand in hand, the beginning is at the start. Legends can be now and forever, teaching us to reach for goodness sake. Legends can be now and forever, loved by the sun. Loved by the sun. Loved. Who sings of all of love's eternity? Who shines so bright in all the songs of love's unending spell?
I'm starting to understand why there have been so many movements and counter movements throughout history, because we are living in one now. Think of the Enlightenment to Romanticism, or industrialization to arts and crafts, modernism to postmodernism. Right now, we are living in one of those transitions from postmodernism, which has been defined by atheism, secularism, focus on self, a rejection of the family, to whatever is going to be this next movement, which is going to be the opposite of that.
Teaching us to love for goodness sake. Hear the music of love eternal. Teaching us to reach for goodness sake. Legends can be now and forever. Teaching us to love for goodness sake.
Oh, some Kino. Man, I can't wait till tomorrow. This is going to be a killer Pseudolabe. It's funny. 4.5 minutes. This is not too far removed from what the Pseudowave was originally. How far we've come. I wonder where we'll be in 3 more years. Imagine 4 full years worth of pseudo waves. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. We are going to carry and drag him through it. If it's the last thing that we do, he is going to do it. Thank you, sir. Can't wait till tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in. It will be earlier, assuming my head doesn't go kaboom again. It'll be earlier in the day tomorrow. Then it won't be. Saturdays are a little different, so it won't be a late one. I mean, it's going to go pretty late, but it'll start a little earlier. Let's do a little bit of slop to start off with. Trump says, we're saying Merry Christmas again.
Merry Christmas can go either way, and I hate to offend people. So this whole last holiday season, I didn't let out one Merry Christmas. That's true. Instead, I said, may the birth of the one and only true God Jesus Christ bestow a blessing of grace and peace upon your household to the belittlement of every other false religion.
So true!
Lest you be gay. That's what I say.
That's
Merry
exactly what it
Christmas
is. I challenge you guys. Someone, this Christmas season, someone go out and actually deliver that line to someone. Memorize it. Deliver it to someone. May the birth of the one and only true God, Jesus Christ, bestow a blessing of grace and peace upon your household, to the belittlement of every other false religion, lest you be gay. 1488 from Tyler.
Happy birthday, King.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. 1488. That earns... Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you, my man. Bring this insult style back immediately. I believe, let me just double check the name on this. I believe this is Frank Rizzo. Yeah, this is Frank Rizzo, American police officer and politician. He was commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department from 1967 to 1971 and mayor of Philadelphia from 1972 to 1980.
Could we, fine, sir, how are you?
Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence. Just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you. Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man. Okay? You're a crumb creep. And I wouldn't take that off for nobody. And there's 3 of you and I'm by myself. And when it's over, there'll be nothing to it. Win or lose, okay? But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum.
Crumb bum!
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the 3 of you. And I challenge you.
The 3 of you.
You're a coward. You're a yellow sneak. And if you want to, now what I say, let's forget all the rules of this great country we live in. I will go back to that wall with the 3 of you. Just me.
Mayor Rizzo,
you're a crumb creep coward. You can't take, you won't stand up to a man.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't even know me, Mayor.
You are a lush. I can tell by looking at you.
A lush. It's been so long since I've seen somebody called a lush. Imagine getting called a crumb creep out in public. A crumb bum. A full-grown man walks up to you and calls you a crumb bum in public. I don't know how you ever show your face again. You walk around with a plastic bag over your head. Anyone calls me a crumb bum better be ready to see these fists. A crumb creep lush coward. Oh, there was one in here. Yeah. Actual documented quote from Frank Rizzo. Quote, I'm going to make Attila the Hun look like a faggot. This is what he actually said. This is an American right here. This is an American in the early tradition of our great president, Donald Trump. Speaking of, Trump has declared victory over hurricane season. You see how many things are happening? The black pillars want you to believe that nothing's ever happening, that we're being betrayed. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has literally conquered hurricanes.
My fellow Americans, it is my great honor, the greatest honor, to announce and declare complete and total victory over the 2025 hurricane season. We had 0 hurricanes in the Gulf of America.
Thank you, Mr.
Ever
President.
since we made the name change, I got along very well with, you may have heard of her, Mother Nature. You may have heard of her. She's a tremendous person. I've known her for a long time, and we get along well. And I said to her, if you send any hurricane...
Even Mother Nature acknowledges the great masculine supremacy of our great president and submits to his almighty will.
And we get along well. And I said to her, if you send any hurricanes into our country, we're going to hit you with tariffs the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. We're going to tariff those storms at 1,000, 2,000, 3,000%. And she said, sir, we're not going to send any hurricanes in. And we made a beautiful deal. Mother Nature, great person. But we had a lot of, they call it wind shear. They call it wind shear. And it ripped up the storms out there before they can get to our country. Ripped up the storms worse than the Somalians are ripping up Minnesota. You look at Ilhan, you look at the brother. N-word. Many people are saying it. She married her brother. And very interesting. If she did that, you know, it's a raw deal for the brother. He divorced his first wife, which was probably a goat, and wound up marrying a pig in Ilhan Omar. She's a nasty person, very nasty. But you had a lot of people talking about it. It's an El Nino year. It's a La Nina year. You're going to have hurricanes. We deported El Nino, and we deported La Nina, too. They were in our country illegally. We got rid of them. And we had the greatest hurricane season the world has ever seen.
They've all got to go.
In the Gulf of America. We did a tremendous job. So I wanted to thank Mother Nature for holding up her end of the bargain. She did a fantastic job. And we had a wonderful and safe Atlantic hurricane season. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
My president is the greatest deal maker of all time. True science fact from Han Pritchard. Here's a science factard for you. There has never been a hurricane in the Gulf of America, hurricane-free, from the beginning. But the Kino doesn't stop there, folks. Guess what? Slutty Milk, look at this. We've got new national revival, Kino. Reverse migration, now. That's what my president said. That's what's going to happen.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
No Muslims!
Until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
All Muslims go!
We have no choice. We have no choice. Look at our country. We don't win anymore. They probably pressed the wrong button on a computer. So they were supposed to be deported, and they were given citizenship. Welcome to America. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them.
We just don't win. You look at our borders, they're like Swiss cheese. Everybody pours in.
Teach us how
We're
to
going to make a great country again. We're going to start winning again. We're going to win a lot. It's going to be a big difference. Believe me, it's going to be a big, big difference.
We cannot let these people erase our history, because the objective here is to destroy our memory. The objective ultimately is to take your generation and separate it from mine, and take your children's generation and separate it from ours, until the grandchildren of this generation don't even know who they are, or where they came from, or why America is worth saving and fighting for and preserving. We don't want them in our country.
They all gotta go.
A functioning, Western, high-trust society with a strong middle class.
Tell him, Giga Jew! Look at that handsome man. A president is a gentleman.
Donald J. Trump.
Hey-o! What's this?
Here comes the money.
Alpha male alert!
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. May your heart be light. From now on our troubles will be out of sight.
So true, willing always. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you and yours. I can't believe we get a whole month of Christmas. Best month of the year. Just like October to December is just so good. So good. Easily the best time of the year. I need you guys to go follow Homan's top guy on Twitter. At Passcode Ronald, one of our greatest patriots. He said, standing back and standing by. A national revival went and buried some Keno in the replies. Look at this.
Stand back and stand by.
This got that. This got that.
Never again.
This got that.
The time has come.
You know as many liberals as you can.
Hey, that was my, where is that? That's my lock screen on my phone. This image right here. Except I've got the full image so you can see Melania and Barron on it as well. Tremendous Keno. Make sure you guys follow National Revival too, at Revival National. Constantly cranking out bangers like that. This one here, this is going around again this week, thanks to Mythomaga. And this clip, probably at least once a day, this just runs through my head. Thinking again about when Melania filmed Trump driving Barron with Taylor Swift's Blank Space playing in the background. Look at that driving technique. Just a happy family, man. I gotta watch it again. Just pristine technique. Smooth, easy, great following distance, squarely in the middle of the lane. My president knows how to drive. Slutty Mook says, Trump truthed a screenshot of Mythomaga? He did? You're kidding. How did I not see this? Hang on a second. Mythomaga. I'm sure he's got to have tweeted about it. Where is it? Such a good account. You can never be blackpilled. He did! Look at this. Donald Trump talks with Andy Warhol as he holds the bridle of a polo pony. How is this real? Donald Trump talking to Andy Warhol. What kind of world do we live in, man? And Trump trusts a screenshot of our boys. We live in the best timeline, guys. Redheaded Libertarian says, sometimes I think about how we're never going to get to see him debate Jeb Bush again.
Days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that. And then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough.
Take 30 seconds.
Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times.
Little Marco!
You'll have, and it doesn't work very well with
How tough is it to take a property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
Quiet!
A lot of times.
Please Please clap.
This is a tough business to run for president.
I know you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is real tough. You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see. I'm at 42 and you're at 3. So far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, that stretch of time, watching him come busting in and just completely schlong every one of these old blowhards. Just schlonged them. Term often used in politics. Just absolutely schlonged them. The Big Don Club. What did he say at the Pink Pony Club? Trump's going to keep on winning. That's right. That's right. There's been so much winning this week. It's just been a nonstop machine gun of white pills. If you're willing to see them, it has been so good. This one, I'm not even going to read the story because this is just obvious slop bait from the Hill. Pete Hegseth says he wouldn't trust Miller or Rubio to babysit his kids. So Jesse Waters asks Stephen Miller about this. And we get one of the best Stephen Miller smiles I've ever seen.
Did he just say anybody could watch my kids except Miller?
Well, I think in fairness, he's worried that if I babysat his kids, they come back after a couple hours and they would say, Daddy, why don't you send the military into Minnesota to help us with the Somali refugees? So I think
Miller, you
look at that smile. Nothing makes him happier than thinking about deporting Somalis. The man doesn't miss a beat. 100% of the time, he is on message. He is focused. Single track mind. We are deporting Somalis.
You constantly... You're trouble. I bet people are just trying to contain you at the White House.
Look at him. Look at
him. You're trouble. I bet people are just trying to contain you at the White House. Don't let Miller off the leash.
Weird Steven. Oh, we have the weirdest Steven. Isn't it great? Look at him. How can you not love this guy? Mischievous, impish little grin. Don't let Weird Steven off the leash. He'll deport some more brown people. Look at this. Look at this. The O'Reilly Factor, 2007, when he was Norwooding epically.
Joining us now from Raleigh, Stephen Miller, a columnist for the Duke Chronicle, a student newspaper. You have 88 professors, actually 87 of them. One didn't sign this, they put out another letter saying we're not going to apologize.
He's about to cook.
I'm just stunned. Not only will they apologize, but they run away. We even called professors who weren't on the list to try to get an idea of what was happening on campus. They won't talk. You, a student, pretty much the only person who'll talk to us. What's going on?
Well, you have a situation here where, like a lot of college campuses, you have this segment of professors that's very powerful and very, very far to the left. And for the first time, a lot of students, and in a way the American public at large, saw the depths and the ferocity of that radicalism. And for the professors, for the first time, they were confronted about their radicalism, and now they're all running for cover, because if you take a professor that signed that ridiculous ad and sat them down and gave them even the most mild interrogation, they would fall apart, and they would look like the baseless charges that they were. And so you have a situation where
interrogate the
professors. There's absolutely no foundation for anything they did, but on the other hand, they're not going to confront the flaws of their own radical and divisive ideology.
But what kind of
Remember, torture is a Western value.
What message does this send students who might want to take their courses? I mean, they're obviously, I think, irresponsible, these people, but everybody makes mistakes. They might have acted emotionally. All I have to do is say, maybe it was a mistake. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped off like that, and let's have a discussion about it. But they won't even do that.
Back, baby. The white man is back.
Star Crown 50.
Happy birthday, King.
Thank you, sir. The white man is back indeed. $25 tip. Thank you, my friend. I've never seen that name before. We got a new one in here. Are you someone that I know? Are you someone that I know? Hiding behind a pseudonym? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. The white man is back. Look at him. He's on the screen in front of us.
The truly depressing thing about this is you could have had a situation where they might have said, all right, look, we rushed to judgment. We thought something happened. It looks like absolutely nothing happened now. We made a mistake. We shouldn't have done it. But instead, they're standing by their original statement, which speaks to the fact that for them, this was never about what happened to this particular woman according to her testimony, nor was it ever about these players. It was always for them about their political agenda. And their political agenda has been from day one to make a big issue out of racist agenda. And their political agenda has been from day one...
Fannerty! Colin Fannerty!
...to make a big issue out of racism and gender and class warfare. If you look at the ad, 80% of the professors that signed it claim a specialty in either race, class, or gender. And they all clamored for wide, sweeping institutional reform that would give them more power and more initiatives and more money and all that sort of thing.
But why aren't the other professors on campus, and maybe the chancellor, speaking out and giving some kind of balance? Because right now, what you have is a Columbia University situation. Duke is now being portrayed, and it may well be true, as a radical left...
Look at that face, man. He knew he had great things in his future. This man is going to save his country. He may be talking about Duke University corruption today, but he's going to be championing, accomplishing, executing mass deportations for his president in just a couple decades.
University with no voices of moderation on a faculty.
It is at the point now where I think it would be very safe to say we are at a terrible dearth of intelligent, common sense, courageous voices on campus. But I think the reason that people aren't speaking out comes down to one simple thing, and that's fear. If you look at President Broadhead, from day one, the man has been totally consumed by fear over his own radical faculty. I think you took a close look.
Dude's name is Dick Broadhead? You got to be kidding me.
What happened to Larry Summers at Harvard, whose radical faculty got rid of him, and he said, I'm not going to offend these people. So even to this day, he refuses to condemn that original ad.
Yeah, Broadhead is a coward. We know that. He's been hiding in his office.
Welcome to the
and
Gulag.
he even allowed
if
a
you survive,
professor...
you earn your freedom.
Welcome, Clouded Sensorium. Thank you for subscribing over on Kick.
Kim Curtis to give one of the accused boys an F in a course. Kyle Dowd is subsequently sued, and the grade was upgraded to a D. Now, Dowd charges that the F was given to him just because he was one of the boys involved. Is that the common belief?
I have reviewed the text of the complaint, and I can say that it is an extremely valid complaint. The kid's mathematical grade was not an F, yet she gave him an F. Out of pure spite, she was one of the signatories of the ad. The family has spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to correct their son's record. The university has refused to accommodate them. Now there are tons of kids in this Professor Curtis's class right now that are learning from this irresponsible radical, and the university is doing nothing. We have a situation in America right now where our campuses are overrun with these dangerous radicals, and everybody in the administration is terrified of them. And in this case, for once, finally, the public is kind of coming together against them, but still, nothing seems to be changing. And as a student, I can tell you, we are really, really mad.
Well,
this is 20 years ago. In 2007, how many people in the country were talking about this smoldering problem of dangerous leftist radicalism in the universities? People were kind of like, yeah, you know, radical professors, and you go to universities and you party and get drunk or whatever, but my man was ahead of his time.
Are most students mad? Do you reflect most students there, you think?
I have never seen before on a campus this much commonality between a conservative like myself and the left on campus. I can go up to someone that I would ordinarily argue about everything in life, and they are with me on this issue. It has unified the students in a way I've never seen before.
You know what I'd like?
And we just wonder, how can we fix this?
You know what you and your paper should do? Get a petition. You get your own petition against these 88, and we'll see how many students sign it. And then we'll have you back.
I'm going to do that.
And we'll have you back. All right, Stephen, thanks very much. Next on the rundown, the
future star. What was the next?
Latest on the terrible Sean Hornbeck kidnapping.
Wow. Man, what a throwback. I got another old video that we'll play a little bit later, but let's continue. Yeah, strongly worded letters. Get a petition. That'll solve the problem. No, you just need to be the deputy chief of staff for the United States. That's what needs to happen. President Trump just slashed immigrant work permits from lasting 5 years to merely 18 months, ensuring that vetting gets much tighter for foreigners working here. So this is from USCIS. They updated their policy manual to reduce the maximum validity period for employment authorization documents for certain categories of aliens. This update also incorporates changes to EAD validity periods made by recent legislation to ensure proper vetting and screening of aliens. The reduced maximum validity periods for certain categories will result in more frequent vetting of aliens who apply for authorization to work in the United States. Vetting an alien more often will enable USCIS to deter fraud and detect aliens with potentially harmful intent so they can be processed for removal from the United States. Director Joseph Edlow said reducing the maximum validity period for employment authorization will ensure that those seeking to work in the United States do not threaten public safety or promote harmful anti-American ideologies. After the attack on National Guard service members in our nation's capital by an alien who was admitted into this country by the previous administration, it's even more clear that USCIS must conduct frequent vetting of aliens. The maximum validity period for initial and renewal EADs will be changed from 5 years back to 18 months for several categories of aliens. This is aliens admitted as refugees, granted asylum, granted withholding of deportation or removal, with pending applications for asylum or withholding of removal, with pending applications for adjustment of status under INA 245, and aliens with pending applications for suspension of deportation, cancellation of removal, or relief under the Nicaraguan Adjustment of Central American Relief Act. And I just want to highlight that some of these, like admitted as refugees or granted asylum. Then you've got granted withholding of deportation or removal. They were renewing these for 5-year periods for someone who is granted withholding of deportation or removal. Or for pending applications for asylum or withholding of removal. They were renewing these for 5 years. As required by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, signed into law on July 4, 2025, the validity period for initial and renewal employment authorization documents will be 1 year or the end of the authorized parole period or duration of temporary protective status, whichever is shorter for the following categories: aliens paroled as refugees, aliens granted TPS, aliens granted parole, aliens with a pending TPS application, and alien spouse of entrepreneur parole. So all of those will be 1 year. So the thing with a lot of these is there's been so many of them, so many major moves that they've made with respect to immigration, restricting and clamping down on all these different programs from a bunch of different angles. And many of them all stack on top of each other. So they've also made a bunch of changes to how they qualify people in the first place, how they get admitted in the first place. So they've restricted the countries that they can be admitted from. They've added a whole bunch of extra qualifications and screening requirements to get admitted in the first place. And then, on top of that now, the employment renewals are only for 18 months instead of 5 years. And this is on top of a whole bunch of, I've done episodes going through all the different things that they've done to clamp down on immigration from a whole bunch of different directions. This is while still being within an apparatus that, by and large, has a ton of inertia headed in the pro-immigration direction. Yeah, Trump isn't doing anything. Right. At this point, anybody who's saying anything like that is, well, for the first of all, you gotta, when you see someone on Twitter and they're saying stuff like that, go check and see if they're even from the United States. Because now that you actually can see where these people are from, lots of them are not from the United States. But at this point, whether they're just low info or not, whether this is just an actual subversive or someone who's just ignorant, they need to be treated as a leftist propaganda operation, because that's what it's functioning as. Okay, Scott Bessent. Let's talk a little bit about Scott Bessent here. Finance a Lot is on this tip lately of Andrew Sorkin being a CIA op, which would be wholly unsurprising. But Scott Bessent, the Aristofag, which I think that's pretty good. We had the Gigafag, but the Aristofag really, really works because he truly is an Aristofag. He called Andrew Sorkin a pop historian directly to his face.
The question is, is this like a new normal?
That, Andrew, there's no new normal, and I can tell you that I actually don't read the New York Times anymore. But sometimes I do watch CNBC, but occasionally people send me articles.
You got to realize, to someone, he's at a New York Times summit, and someone of Scott Bessent's class saying, I don't even read the New York Times anymore, is a huge, huge slap in the face to the New York Times.
And like, there's just this fever swamp. And, you know, you're now a pop historian with 1929. And, you know, in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the New York Times is no longer the paper of record.
Look at his face after he says that to him.
20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Oh, you just got called a pop historian at your big book launch summit thing. Shut up. Go away. Piss off. There we go. Sorry, I was getting a phone call coming through on my computer.
The New York Times is no longer the paper of record. You can't go. I read this article. Like, President Trump is slowing down. President Trump's mental capacity. It is 100% fake. That, like, he only called me twice at 2 a.m. last week instead of 3 times.
You're saying he called you? I believe that he called you at 2 or 3 in the morning.
That whole narrative. You had what was one of the greatest scandals of all time. That the coverage of the Biden administration, Joe Biden's diminished capacity, and the cover-up.
And that's why it's probably fair to raise these questions.
Where was the New York Times? We just had a 3-hour cabinet meeting yesterday, Andrew. For 10 months, the Biden administration did
He's just getting a spanking on stage.
not have a cabinet meeting. How are you going to invoke the 25th Amendment if the cabinet secretaries never see the president, which they didn't? That, you know, I hear from people in the Treasury building
struggle
that I
session.
see President Trump more in a day than my predecessor saw Joe Biden in half a year.
He's fed up. He's not going to stop. No, you're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me. I am going to absolutely trounce you. I'm going to bend you over my knee and wear your ass out on stage at your own event. So then here's him talking about this later on Fox.
We're going to have a conversation, and we got there, and he just immediately went into attack and gotcha mode, and I just couldn't take the hypocrisy of it all. And I guess he had to play to the New York Times audience, the Deal Book audience there at Lincoln Center, and you know, I just had to fact check him, and I believe that the New York Times.
Oh, you did more than fact check him. You checkmated him.
Well, again,
look at his face.
Just as they used to say on Dragnet,
he's
just
purring.
The facts. And you know, I don't read the Times.
Friday. Yeah.
I don't read the Times anymore, but people send me articles, and the last couple of articles I've gotten are just so far from the truth. And I was sitting there thinking, what are people like? How are people going to construct the historical narrative of this great second Trump presidency in an accurate way when the supposed paper of record is so far off?
You know,
reminds me of that famous amused chimp tweet. It said, if the news is fake, imagine history. And of course, the Aristofag is a historian. He is a student of history, a history studying enthusiast. So of course, that's his concern. We've got the paper of record, just blatantly lying about stuff. How are we gonna even preserve the record of what happened here? The Aristofag's gonna go out and do it single-handedly by himself. Here's him talking about the work. See, this is one of the funniest things. Trying to construct this reality where supposedly Donald Trump doesn't work, isn't working hard enough. Of all the things that you could attack him on, it's so clear and obvious at this point, and especially on the heels of Joe Biden's presidency. They couldn't say enough wonderful things about how great this guy who was shuffling around on a stage, shitting himself in the rare event that he actually went outside. They couldn't say enough about how sprightly and enthusiastic and full of energy he was. And then you've got this guy who notoriously sleeps like 3 hours a night, who's been jet-setting all over the place, doing all sorts of things. He's at all kinds of events, speaking at length, constantly, taking hours-long press conferences multiple times a week. And you want to try to tell me that the dude is like low energy and not doing anything? I'm even hearing this from these demoralization agents posing as our guys who are saying stuff like, he's just sitting in the White House and sending troops. He's just all talk. He doesn't do anything. Like, it's one thing to say, it's one thing to say the things that he's doing are bad and here's the reasons why I think they're bad. Like, okay, sure, fine. Whatever, I think it's gay and retarded, but it's one thing to do that. But to say he's not doing anything is just pure slop. It's insane to me. How do you possibly put yourself into this mindset? Are you that insulated from the real world? Are you that buried down into a hole of your own creation? Do you live life that fact-free that you think he's just not doing anything? It has been insane seeing just how much he has done.
Sean, he'll call me, Scott, I didn't wake you, did you? No, sir. I'm always awake at 1:52 on a Tuesday. And I can tell you, we did the trip to Alaska. We did a round trip one day, and we arrived back. The rest of the cabinet, it was Secretary Rubio, Secretary Lutnick, and I, our batteries are out. We land at Andrews, and the president's like, oh, it's morning in Europe now. I think we had spent probably 20 hours in the air in Alaska, and he said, let's start making phone calls and call the European leaders. Yeah. So we had to sit on the tarmac for 2 more hours while he made phone calls. He never stops working for the American people. All right, and it's incredible.
I want to talk.
So think about that. You come back, you've been in the air for 20 hours or whatever. All of these guys are just dreaming of bed. And Trump's like, oh, hang on a second. You guys have all had this. You've been like at the end of a long day of work, you're going in to clock out. And then your boss is like, oh, hey, actually, I got this other thing we got to do real quick. And you're like, oh, God, seriously? Oh, just one more thing. Ah! And Trump's like, oh, wait a second. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. Or was it 3 o'clock in the morning or something? Oh, it's daytime now for the Europeans. Let's get back to work again. I'm thinking of the SpongeBob where he's like all like bleary-eyed, bloodshot. He's exhausted. He's like, yay. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's 20-hour flight and you got to call Queer Starmer. Yes, sir, Mr. President. Okay. As you wish, Mr. President. Oh, man, we were having a conversation. Well, I was reading along as our guys were having a conversation in the King Pill Discord today. And our great catch-up boy made a good point that it'd been kind of clanking around in the back of my head a few days ago. And so it was great it was nice to see someone else put it out there. He said, Lux Populi over on X says, just one more thing. Hey, let's prank call Macron and call him a gay.
What a fag.
Hey, Marco, call Macron and call him a faggot. Then you can go home. Yes, sir, Mr. President. So our ketchup boy said that he was kind of thinking that the administration may have expected that there was going to be more economic disruption this year than there actually has been. Things have kind of trundled their way forward in spite of them massively disrupting things. There's obviously been signs of crisis or difficulty, but it hasn't been as catastrophic as it could have been. And so now we're setting up for 2026 to start having, you're going to have the one big beautiful bill, taxes, the tax cuts have kicked in. You're going to have, so you got no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. People are going to get way bigger refunds. A lot of the energy development stuff that they've done is going to start kicking in. There's going to be a lot more hiring from all of this reindustrialization that's happening. All the new factories are going to be, it's been months are passing now where these things are getting built and established and ready to start kicking in. And then there's a whole bunch of other things along with this as well. But things are setting up for 2026 to be really, really hot. Hot like Sydney Sweeney. That's what the Aristofag says.
As I said in the cabinet meeting yesterday, I think 2026 is going to be a great year. The president set the table. He's done peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and the economic policy is really a three-legged stool. As you said in Trump 1.0.
A three-legged stool, much like Donald Trump.
We had the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, so we had tax, but this time it's also deregulation, and the amount of regulation coming off the books, I think we're going to talk about that later, is just astounding. In the U.S., that we've gotten out of the ability to
Remember, 48 regulations slashed for every new one introduced.
Make things and to do things in a productive way. And then the third part is trade. And these trade deals, they are bringing in the trillions of dollars and opening up markets for U.S. companies, bringing manufacturing back to the U.S.
So then on top of that, you have all of this new money coming into the market, but none of it is being printed by the Fed. That's the great thing about these trade deals, is that they've brought us a ton of liquidity, but without the proportionally increasing amount of debt. It's one thing I'm so frickin' tired of, is seeing people cite the debt number. Who gives a shit about the debt number? We have the most valuable market in the world. We have the most productive market in the world. We have the greatest amount of natural resources. We have the best geography in the world, the most valuable land in the world, the most valuable industries in the world. The debt does not matter. If you're obsessing about the debt, you're a rube. You're focused way too much on one single tree, and you're missing the entire forest. I mean, do you even know how to evaluate financials of an institution? If you don't know how to evaluate financials, then don't talk about the debt. You got to talk about cash flow. You got to talk about balance sheet. The debt is just one part of it. What we also have is the most in-demand currency. All of these massive debt obligations are all way worse for everyone else than they are for us. The US dollar is not going anywhere. There's been all of this turbulence, all this turmoil. And yet the administration intentionally weakened the dollar for a while. And it's still pressing on. The dollar's not going anywhere. The debt does not matter. We're going to be printing money in the good way starting in 2026. Now, rumor has it of late, and still I'm holding these rumors fairly lightly regarding the new Fed chair, because I think there is a lot of there's probably stuff being leaked. There's stuff being not leaked, but like held out sort of temporarily, gauging reactions. Lots of people are trying to get out ahead of this move. People are trying to move markets and capitalize on it. So I'm not putting a ton of stock into the specific Fed chair being that like predicting a specific one just yet. But there's lots of noise around Kevin Hassett. And if it is Kevin Hassett, I've been kind of saying I don't think it's gonna be, just because he's so obviously like submissive to Trump. This is a very clear Trump nominating Kevin Hassett for Fed chair is just such an obvious signal that the Fed is getting put in its place. That I'll be kind of surprised. But if it is, it's going to be a bullish as hell signal for the American system. And with that is this new rumor, not super surprising. I think this is probably going to happen either way, I suspect. But Trump is reportedly considering making Treasury Secretary Bessent his top economic advisor if Kevin Hassett becomes the next Fed chair. This would be in addition to Bessent's current job as Treasury Secretary. This is from the Kobiesi letter. I still think that there's a decent possibility that that Bessent winds up being nominated for Fed chair. Because I'm like, if if you're going to do this, you might as well just do it. If you're gonna send this strong signal that very obviously the Fed is being subordinated to the Treasury, then just do it explicitly. But I kind of suspect that Bessent is probably the one who doesn't want to do it. The one who's Trump is trying to twist Bessent's arm into doing it, and Bessent doesn't want to. That's my guess. But Josh Ham says America isn't going to print money. We're going to milkshake foreign money back. This means there won't be any inflation since there won't actually be printing. We return. Yes, correct. Yeah. I was saying printing money in quotes. I was saying like we Americans are going to be printing money. Wage inflation and jobs. Ooh, I love it when my watch dings and I look down and I see an appeal to pragmatism. If you're not following an appeal to pragmatism and you're black-pilled, you're demoralized, there's a very easy way to fix that. Just go follow an appeal to pragmatism on Telegram. ICE arrests are averaging over 1,100 a day. This does not include arrests by Border Patrol, which has expanded operations away from the border into the interior under Trump, nor does it include all the 287G participating police agencies. Slutty Milk, you've been on this for a long time. Yes. The deportations are also just getting started. We'll come back to that here in just a minute, though. Make sure you also follow Kingpilled on Telegram. And you don't have to try to depend upon Kick notifications to know when I go live. So Sightbringer here says, if this is accurate, this news about Kevin Hassett and Scott Bessent, it confirms the structural shift we've been modeling. Putting Bessent as Treasury Secretary and top economic advisor with Hassett as Fed chair would be nothing less than a total inversion of the post-2008 monetary regime. This is a regime rewrite. The Fed would go from independent guardian of price stability to a liquidity instrument aligned with the executive branch. Treasury would become the ideological center of economic policy again, just like in the 1940s and 1950s. That era ended with the rise of pure central bank dominance. This would reverse it. I strongly recommend the conversation that on the Crypto Rich Politics channel that he had about a week or so ago with Susan Kokinda and Richard Poe. Because I think it may have been the second half of the conversation, but I just go listen to the whole thing. Susan gave a good breakdown on what she's seeing as the key distinctions between a national bank and a central bank. And the American system, how integral a national bank system is to the American system. And I've got some a story here toward the back end of the show about I think I called it Rubio's NGO death blow. That kind of hints at that direction. We're also going to talk about, I forgot to say this at the beginning, we're going to talk about the Trump's new national security strategy. It is a banger. I'm going to read most of it because it's pretty easy reading, but it is defining the new national security posture of the federal government under the MAGA agenda, and it is good. Slutty Milk says they signed over 1,200 287G agreements now. It was 130 at the start of the term. So there was 130 287G agreements, which is agreements between the federal government and local police jurisdictions, where the federal government will, correct me or tell me if I miss anything on this, Slutty Milk, but the federal government will basically subsidize efforts of the police department that they participate in deportation. So paying bonuses and salaries and pensions and that sort of thing for the police officers, and there's incentives built into it based on how many deportations they accomplish. So it's basically recruiting police departments as mercenaries, kind of, to assist with deportation operations. There was 130 of them at the beginning of the administration. There's now 1,200. 9.2 times as many agencies now participating all across the country. Okay, yeah, so first, the combination implies coordinated policy to manage debt, liquidity, and growth simultaneously. Bessent understands one thing extremely well. You cannot shrink a debt load this large without blowing up the system. You can only outgrow it or inflate it away. Obviously, inflating it away is not ideal unless wages inflate along with it. And so that kind of leaves outgrow it. And There is no place better suited to outgrow it than the United States. You just have to take the shackles off. Hassett understands political economy better than any Fed chair in decades. Together, this points toward a return to financial repression, liquidity engineering, growth-first policy, soft cap on yields, implicit QE structures, and Treasury and Fed coordination reminiscent of World War II. This supports asset prices, it supports risk, it supports Bitcoin. It does not support savers, it does not support fixed income holders, and it does not support austerity. This would be a world where owning assets is survival and holding cash is slow death. Number 2, the markets will pretend to be confused, then realize how bullish this is for risk assets. Why? Because the era of higher for longer would be structurally over. Hassett as Fed chair equals political Fed. Bessent as Treasury plus top advisor equals liquidity Fed. Together, they give Trump the ability to run a coordinated macro regime. Now, I don't think that the Fed is necessarily going to be the one providing the liquidity here. I think that the liquidity is going to be provided directly by the Treasury with the stablecoin regime. They're expanding to a much larger market that is a much more liquid market, basically selling U.S. debt directly to end users in other countries. Together, they give Trump the ability to run a coordinated macro regime. And then what the Fed is going to be is basically the Fed is going to determine the cost of dollars offshore. You can either get the dollars directly from the Treasury or you can go to the Fed and pay a premium for them. So together they give Trump the ability to run a coordinated macro regime, lower real rates, higher nominal growth, dollar managed through policy tools, deficits not treated as moral sin, and controlled inflation tolerated. This is exactly the macro environment Bitcoin thrives in. And note that now you've got a pro-Bitcoin president, a pro-Bitcoin Treasury secretary. You would have a pro-Bitcoin Fed chair. You would have a pro-Bitcoin Commerce Secretary. You would have a pro-Bitcoin Vice President. You would have a, who else? Pro-Bitcoin SEC Chair. You've got pro-Bitcoiners all over the place in the administration. Number 3, this is not just policy, this is ideology. Powell represents the post-Great Financial Crisis worldview, independent Fed, inflation hawk signaling, balance sheet normalization theater, and market discipline through rates. Bessent and Hassett represent a new worldview. Growth is a priority. National strength comes from liquidity and industry, not rate sermons. Treasury and Fed must act together, and this is kind of ironic. They've Ben Bernanke, Janet Yellen years together made the politicization of the Fed inevitable. So we're going to do this like the Fed is super political but pretends that it isn't. And so now it's just going to be like, no, the Fed is political. We're going to make the Fed explicitly political because we control things now. You guys started it, we're going to finish it. Deficits are not the problem, stagnation is the problem. The real economy is more important than academic orthodoxy. This is an ideological alignment between fiscal and monetary policy that we have not seen since the 1940s. Number 4, the deeper truth, this is a strategic move aimed at China. A coordinated Treasury Fed regime allows for industrial policy acceleration, reshoring capital flows, dollar supremacy maintenance, controlled inflation weaponized against foreign creditors, AI, energy, defense, and infrastructure spending without austerity constraints. This is geopolitical economic warfare. It's the United States preparing for the next 10-year arc. Now, I'm going to play this for you guys now. With that backdrop, talking about Bitcoin, I think this is a very important breakdown from Adam Livingston. Why Saylor's Bitcoin credit is breaking everyone's brains. Because we're moving into a new age now with the stablecoin treasury operations. They're moving us into a new age where debt is going to be looked at differently. And the way debt is priced and the way debt is used is going to be different. It's still going to exist, but it's going to take on different characteristics. And I said the other day that I don't tend to do a whole lot of talking about Bitcoin because I don't want to be the Bitcoin guy, but here I'm going to be the Bitcoin guy. there is an inevitability to this once you understand the nature of Bitcoin, as he kind of goes through kind of he just rattles off some of the high points on it here, why it is such a foundational asset class, why it is so transformative. And then what Michael Saylor is doing with strategy to create diverse types of credit portfolios on top of Bitcoin in the new sort of credit market that Bitcoin creates, why there is an inevitability to that, and then having a pro-Bitcoin administration that is optimizing for massive growth and reindustrialization at the same time that they're embracing Bitcoin, and why this is going to be such rocket fuel. So this is a great video from Adam Livingston, as he says this is this is not financial advice, this is financial entertainment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Livingston, and I am the Bitcoin Wizard. I just have to talk about strategy again because I really want to talk about digital credit because it is the most fascinating story that is occurring in the world under any domain. This is the intersection of the war for the future of finance, Bitcoin versus the traditional system. There is nothing more exciting happening on Earth, and I really want to talk about why Saylor's digital credit is breaking everyone's brains. We are living through a capital markets revolution, and I cannot wait to get into this, but first I want to thank Horizon for sponsoring.
What he has here on the screen, he says, the intersection of Bitcoin collateral and traditional credit markets represents a paradigm shift in how we think about debt instruments, risk pricing, and monetary foundations. What's emerging challenges every assumption built into legacy financial systems.
During this channel, Horizon helps you take your home equity and they help you buy Bitcoin with it. It's a glorious thing because there is no debt, there's no monthly payments, and there's no term limits either. The Bitcoin is fully yours to hold however you want to with no risk of forced liquidation. Buy the Bitcoin dip or the MSTR dip if you want to with your home equity. Join Horizon.com, their link down below, and I will talk about them at the end of the video. Let us start with the part of the financial system that everyone pretends to understand, that is credit itself. Remember, credit, the polite fiction that governments, corporations, and consumers are all functioning adults who borrow money today and return it tomorrow with a little extra for their troubles. That's what...
Okay, he says legacy credit is mispriced because it assumes elastic money and local collateral. The traditional credit system was engineered for an analog world. Money could be created at will. Collateral was physical, slow, and jurisdiction bound. In other words, the actual collateral that you're using, prior to the introduction of U.S. Treasuries, but prior to that, collateral was physical. So it was, it was land, it was a factory, a building, gold. So it was actual physical there, but like you can't move it around. It's slow to move. And it's bound to a particular jurisdiction, which means there's a whole bunch of different risks that are associated with it relative to that jurisdiction. Whether it's economic stability, infrastructure, policy, conflict, potential for like wars and crisis in that area, all these different things. The jurisdiction introduces a bunch of risk dynamics to that asset. Risk models were built around cash flow stability and the assumption that governments would always backstop the system. This framework produced low-yielding sovereign debt and corporate bonds priced by committees, ratings models, and backward-looking volatility. So the extent of the technology that we had bred a particular type of market. So you would have sovereign debt. In other words, a government, whether it's a national government or a state or a local government, would issue debt that would have low yields. It's generally relatively long-term. Yields are pretty low because you're depending upon the stable cash flow being generated by the revenue generated, whether it's through taxes or tariffs or fees or whatever else. Bitcoin breaks every one of those assumptions. It introduces an asset with absolutely fixed supply, global liquidity, and instantaneous settlement. So the core problem, once collateral stops decaying and stops depending on political discretion, the entire logic of credit changes. So with the introduction of this new type of asset class that becomes the ultimate form of collateral, well, when the collateral characteristics change, the credit built on top of that collateral itself has to change. And that's what's being forced through now through sheer inevitability. Because money will always flow to the lowest level. If you introduce a new lowest level, the money is inevitably going to flow there. You can try to hamstring, you can try to slow it down, you can try to stop it, but it is inevitably going to flow to that point.
credit is. The entire structure of traditional credit, it looks very orderly until you examine the assumptions that it's built on. The modern credit system only works because it assumes that money can just be created indefinitely without any consequence. Every rating model, every duration calculation, every bond prospectus rests on the idea that liquidity is some infinite resource that comes out of the ether. If something breaks, well, a committee increases the supply of money, and they call that stability. This is treated as a sophisticated policy instead of the monetary equivalent of duct tape. The next assumption is that the collateral must be physical and tied to some specific jurisdiction. So think property, think factories, think inventory, think physical things that act as collateral. Think the vague promise of future tax receipts. All of these forms of physical collateral, they bring all kinds of risk into this world. Think political risk, think operational risk, think liquidation delays that can stretch on for years. Investors compensate for that uncertainty with artificially low expectations because the system has conditioned them to trust institutions more than simple arithmetic.
So think about like a factory. The factory as collateral might be really good. You know, it's like the factory's producing stuff, it's big, it's robust, there's jobs, all the stuff associated with it. But what happens if there's a fire? Fire burns down the factory. Just like you might have a mortgage, and your mortgage is backed by the collateral of your house, but if your house burns down, you just lost that collateral. And then also, if you want to exchange that collateral for something else but maintain the debt product, or if you just want to settle the transaction, well, you've got to sell the house. If you've ever sold a house or bought a house, you know how time-consuming and expensive that process is. So there's all these different asset classes that have been created with different pros and cons. So like maybe treasuries might be easier to sell. It's easier to settle that transaction than a house, but now you've introduced policy risk to it and the potential of it being degraded. A house, the value of a house might not degrade as fast as the value of government debt, but it's still going to degrade inevitably. And so you're constantly trying to price that, looking backwards and trying to say, well, if history's been like this before, then it's most likely to be like this in the future. Josh Ham says, question, will these accounts for youngsters begin to change the time window from quarterly to annually? Basically, corporate quarterly reviews as the basis for finance makes everything short-sighted, hence the enshittification. Yes, correct. Whereas going to annuities for cash flow and retirement will result in a long-term time window. I think there's a very good chance of that. I think a lot of people are missing the plot with these Trump accounts for kids, because what this is intended to be, it's not like you're introducing. I mean, I would be fine with them just introducing this policy in a Social Security-less world. It still is it's a great policy. We're going to start a retirement account for the kids, and we're going to invest. We're going to fund it initially, seed capital from the federal government directly, and then you can't touch it until the kid turns 18, and then it can only be used for specific types of qualified purchases. But it's their building and developing for them, and their parents and family members and employers and stuff can contribute to it tax-free. This is a great low time preference sort of way of ensuring that your citizens actually build and develop wealth. And it's being put into a private account for you. Now, of course, the government at any time could say, well, we're just going to seize these private accounts. But barring something like that, this is a great solution for phasing out Social Security and replacing it with this. Obviously, there's going to be there's like an age gap, and it's not going to be that easy, that simple, but it does switch up the time horizons on this now. Josh says the Trump accounts are not rocket surgery. They want youngsters to have the American dream. Houses are expensive. Trump accounts can build the down payment. Right.
These assumptions were tolerable when everyone believed that the monetary base could be managed forever. But once you introduce a form of capital that does not bend to political incentives, the legacy assumptions behind the old collateral, they reveal themselves as quite fragile. The traditional credit world becomes a museum of outdated engineering. Bitcoin is making it irrelevant. It still functions absolutely, but only because people refuse to admit what their models just ignore. And this is why legacy credit is mispriced, because investors are pricing debt instruments as if dilution is impossible, as if collateral always retains value, and as if interest rates are controlled by rational actors in this world, but we all know that's not true. None of those claims survive contact with reality. The results just speak for themselves, obviously. Trillions of dollars locked in low-yield instruments that depend entirely on the credibility of institutions that have already demonstrated a willingness to change the rules whenever they feel pressure. So the point of this presentation isn't to attack the old system, it is to explain why it is structurally incapable of recognizing the arrival of a harder monetary base. These markets that were designed to operate around elastic money and political collateral, they cannot rationally price credit that is built on a fixed supply asset with global liquidity like Bitcoin. The old assumptions, they break the moment the underlying collateral improves faster than the old models can adapt. And we are living through this right now as we speak. And
here's the thing. Once you have a better form of collateral, and once people begin innovating on that and introducing new credit products to the market that are objectively superior to the old credit products, then really the only thing that would stand in the way would be the government, the most powerful government in the world, explicitly persecuting it and like arresting you if you have Bitcoin or something like that. Like that was the only potential like ultimate failure, possible failure point for it. And even that was going to be really difficult to get because of this precise reason. If you assume people operate based on greed and the world runs on debt, well, what happens when people give you a more profitable form of debt? Of course, everything is going to naturally turn to that. So as soon as the cat was out of the bag, as soon as these new credit products were allowed to come to market, and then you started getting institutions investing in them, it was inevitable. The legacy credit system is mispriced. And so if money, like water, is always going to flow to the lowest point, then it's natural that there's eventually going to be a run of investment in poorly priced credit products to investment in better priced credit products. Once those products exist, it's just a matter of time of them demonstrating their reliability, demonstrating their profitability. It's just a matter of time before the entire market begins to move to them. Yeah, Mr. Sue, money moves where it's treated best.
Once you grasp that core issue, everything that follows just becomes obvious, and you view the world through a Bitcoin lens. The system is mispricing risk at a fundamental level because it is built around a worldview that no longer matches the environment. And when that base assumption collapses, the credit products that are anchored to them eventually reprice in violent fashion. That is the backdrop for the digital credit revolution that is spearheaded by Michael Saylor. This is not a technological upgrade necessarily, it is a structural correction to decades of complacency in the capital markets. To understand why Bitcoin functions as that superior base of collateral, you have to start with the most uncomfortable truth in modern finance, that the vast majority of collateral used today is unreliable. Think about real estate. It depends on zoning laws and lack of hailstorms and lack of floods. It depends on political incentives, local economic cycles. Government bonds depend on the credibility of the institutions that repeatedly undermine themselves. Corporate assets, they depend on conditions that vary wildly across industries and jurisdictions, and investors pretend that these uncertainties are manageable, but they are priced through guesswork that has accumulated decades of bad habits. And
so all these different asset classes that are considered normal and dependable and reliable, real estate, corporate debt, government debt, all these different asset classes have a bunch of different risks to them, that we've developed this elaborate, ornate system that kind of like this Rube Goldberg machine to try to account for all these different risks. But it's almost impossible to accurately account for all of them in a world that's constantly in flux. So then what happens when suddenly you get a new asset class that doesn't have those risks? It has global liquidity, tradable 24/7 across all markets with instantaneous settlement. It has a fixed supply, mathematical scarcity, immune to monetary policy decisions. It has zero carry costs. There's no taxes, no maintenance, no jurisdictional risks, and single variable risk. There's price volatility only. The only risk in it is price volatility, which eliminates the structural fragility. Compared to real estate, government bonds, or inventory, Bitcoin carries only one variable, price volatility. It eliminates property taxes, maintenance costs, zoning risks, and discretionary monetary policy. Credit instruments built on top of Bitcoin begin with a collateral base that is mathematically predictable. If you want the entire video summarized in one sentence, credit instruments built on top of Bitcoin begin with a collateral base that is mathematically predictable. The quality of the collateral increases while the structural fragility decreases. And the more people adopt it, the more it's a particular type of collateral whose reliability increases the more people adopt it. So you can see how this is going to hockey stick, how you're going to get an exponential curve here. Because the more people adopt it, the better it gets. The more people adopt it, the better it gets. The more people adopt it, the better it gets. To where price volatility it will naturally decrease over time, the more it's adopted.
Bitcoin is now entering the scene with properties. The properties of Bitcoin itself, they erase entire categories of risk. That's correct. Properties of Bitcoin erase entire categories of risk. Bitcoin is globally liquid at all times. It cannot be diluted. It is not bound by geography. It carries no maintenance burden. It has no dependency on regulatory favors. The only variable is price movement, and that variable is visible every single second of the day. In other words, any uncertainty is totally honest. There are no hidden conditions disguised as stability when it comes to Bitcoin. So now anyone with a functioning brain can now see that this immediately raises a problem for the legacy credit system. The system is accustomed to collateral that degrades quietly. Remember, buildings, they deteriorate. The corporations, they'll miss revenue targets. They'll go out of business, but none of this appears in real time. These problems, they will sometimes show up months or years later when auditors, regulators, or ratings agencies finally acknowledge what everyone is already suspecting. Investors tolerate this because they have no alternative until Bitcoin has entered the picture. And
so once again, prior to this, every different asset class will deteriorate over time. The currency will inflate away. The government debt will become more and more unstable. It'll go through rises and falls. Real estate begins to break down, has heavy carrying costs. Even gold, over a long enough time horizon, even gold gets inflated away as more and more gold is brought to market. And it's heavy, it's expensive to store, it's expensive to move. But now you have a new asset class that isn't heavy, isn't expensive to move, relatively speaking, compared to all other asset classes, and its value doesn't decay. It actually gets more and more stable as time goes on. I think a lot of people when they look at Bitcoin, they look at Bitcoin as like, what is it doing for me? Like, if I own Bitcoin, does this dramatically change my own life? Well, for some people it does. I definitely try to own as much of it as I can because I understand that the real transformation is going to happen at the sovereign and institutional level. It's going to be pristine collateral that's going to revolutionize the financial system for the big players. And then the actual day-to-day transactional nature of it, talking about using it as a cash equivalent, that's secondary. That comes on later on. But it as an asset, particularly for incredibly large organizations to possess, to build up a treasury in, or to move across borders, significant amounts, when you're comparing it to real estate or gold or sovereign debt, it's a whole new thing.
Bitcoin removes all of those delays because it broadcasts its status without intermediaries. The market can verify the collateral directly, and this level of transparency is unprecedented in credit markets, and it exposes how the old system was totally dependent on opacity. A balance sheet that's backed by Bitcoin does not require trust in any regulators, management teams, or political promises. It requires the ability to read a ledger. The barrier to verification collapses to near zero. And the irony is that the critics of Michael Saylor and digital credit, they latch onto Bitcoin Bitcoin's volatility as if volatility is disqualifying. Remember, in legacy finance, volatility is often a cosmetic feature. A company can suppress their volatility on paper while its fundamentals will just rot. A government can keep bond yields low only because some central bank will intervene. This whole thing called price stability in the fiat money markets, they often reflect manipulation rather than genuine strength, and Bitcoin does not participate in that theatrical game. It reflects...
This is an incredibly important point here. The so-called stability in the traditional market is a mirage. It's artificially manufactured stability that is papering over decaying fundamentals. So, yeah, you're going to get volatility with Bitcoin, but you're going to get the upward volatility on it just as much as the downward volatility. And if you know that you can manage your way around volatility, it's very difficult to manage your way around artificially disappeared volatility.
Supply and demand without any distortion. And once you recognize this, you will see why Bitcoin becomes the hardest collateral base available. Not because it behaves perfectly, but because its properties are fixed. Investors can model its behavior using market data rather than committee decisions. It is a collateral base that cannot be altered by elections, emergencies, or policy interventions. That alone transforms the risk profile of any credit instrument that's built on top of it. The financial world has spent decades inflating confidence by subsidizing fragility, and Bitcoin reverses that pattern. It forces discipline on issuers, transparency on markets, and accountability on institutions. A credit instrument that is backed by Bitcoin begins on firmer ground than one that's backed by political discretion or physical assets that age, degrade, and depend on legal processes.
That's another really important point. When you build a credit product, again, we're talking like at the institutional level, when you build a credit product on a foundation of Bitcoin, its pricing is more accurate and more predictable than any other credit product built on any other asset because of the constraint of variables. Which means over enough time, inevitably it's going to turn into a vacuum that's going to suck up investment. I don't mean Bitcoin itself necessarily. I mean the Bitcoin credit market. More and more people are going to begin innovating, and already are, innovating in credit markets built upon Bitcoin, which will be much more sound than traditional credit markets. And in a world that has been built on debt, what happens when you take that debt and you transform it into structurally sound debt?
Collateral improves while the system around it is still pretending that nothing has changed. And this is why digital credit products like Strategy's preferred equities, they are so destabilizing to legacy frameworks because they reveal that the market finally has access to a form of collateral that does not rely on human discretion. And that realization alone is enough to disrupt the hierarchy of capital markets that has gone unquestioned for centuries. And this is why you are seeing the legacy system fight Michael Saylor and Strategy tooth and nail, because they cannot compete with Bitcoin. Digital credit only sounds exotic because people spent their entire careers assuming that collateral must come from a dying balance sheet. When you replace that with a monetary base that can't be altered, the financial industry, clearly, this is not my opinion, the financial industry has reacted as if someone has unplugged its life support. In reality, though, the structure is very simple.
Let me just say something here real quick. When you're thinking about Bitcoin on a balance sheet, this is very difficult to do, but you should not think about Bitcoin as an asset on a balance sheet priced in currency terms. Think about Bitcoin as an asset on a balance sheet as a permanently fixed quantity around which everything else can move. As the meme says, 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. $1 does not equal $1. 1 Bitcoin in 2010 is 1 Bitcoin in 2026. 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. So you have now taken this asset class that can be immediately transferred, has absolute global liquidity, can be instantaneously transferred anywhere in the world, completely costless to carry and to move around. And its supply is absolutely fixed, which means when you have X number of Bitcoin on your balance sheet, you will always have that number of Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Every other asset, every other valuation will begin orbiting around Bitcoin because its value is fixed. Everything else moderates with respect to it. It's hard to do because we're programmed to think of everything in dollar terms. That's how we assess value. Like, I don't know, 50, 100 years from now, Bitcoin will be the thing that informs the value of everything else. Because there'll be enough time for people to just get used to 1 Bitcoin always equals 1 Bitcoin.
Can't be altered. The financial industry, clearly, this is not my opinion, the financial industry has reacted as if someone has unplugged its life support. In reality, though, the structure is very simple. The investors provide dollars, the issuer secures those dollars with Bitcoin, and yield is delivered through predictable coupons rather than some political improv. So the digital credit model is really easy to understand if you strip away all of your legacy assumptions.
Yeah, Bitcoin is the world's denominator. There you go, Mr. Sue. That's a writer-downer for you. He says debt instruments backed by Bitcoin instead of fiat or physical assets. Bitcoin-backed digital credit is a capital structure where investors lend dollars and receive a coupon, secured by a growing balance sheet of Bitcoin. The issuer uses the proceeds to acquire additional Bitcoin or refinance older positions. So it's a transparent structure. All collateral is visible on the blockchain in real time. It has a fixed monetary base, so there's no hidden dilution or political manipulation risk. It has attractive yields because markets still misprice Bitcoin collateral quality. And that's going to keep happening for decades. So it's not like, oh, people are going to learn. Yeah, people are going to learn eventually. But it's going to take a very, very long time. And by the time Bitcoin gets to the point where the market learns how to price it appropriately, every single institutional organization that took on Bitcoin onto its balance sheet will have been made so immensely richer that it will completely change the structure of the economy by that point, as every other asset begins to be aligned with respect to Bitcoin. And then it's a direct link. It's the first credible bridge between debt markets and digital capital. I've had a lot of thoughts and talked in the past on the show here about the concept of digital property or digital real estate. And it's a thing that I think we've just barely even begun to scratch the surface of. There's been things like NFTs and stuff that have had, been treated as kind of like memes. But once the world really starts innovating in the world of digital property, it's going to be, we're talking like the creation of a whole new world to explore all of a sudden. Like we have Earth then everyone's like, oh, we got to go to space as the new frontier. I think the digital world is just as big of a new frontier as space is.
Because remember, traditional debt depends on a very long chain of conditions. Digital credit is a lot more simple. Think about traditional debt. The management team must execute, regulators must behave, consumers must spend their money, politicians must avoid catastrophic decisions, rating agencies must pretend to be competent. Every link in that chain introduces a different failure point. They are everywhere in the traditional system, and investors accept this because they have been conditioned to believe that uncertainty is unavoidable in the market. Now think of every single one of those failure points in the traditional system. Coin-backed credit removes all of them because the collateral is verifiable. The issuance is finite. The structure is visible in real time. There is no hidden dependency on earnings projections or forward guidance. That the asset that is anchoring the debt does not care about revenue cycles, consumer sentiment, or political intervention. It is a fixed supply instrument that settles instantly and trades globally. And this is the part that confuses traditional analysts because they search for EBITDA coverage ratios and discount cash flow models because those tools were designed for businesses dependent on discretionary money and physical assets, but digital credit operates on a foundation that doesn't degrade with time. The issuer can acquire more Bitcoin, refinance earlier placements, and scale the collateral base without introducing all of those usual distortions that plague the corporate debt markets. The critics will often try to map the structure onto legacy bonds and become frustrated when the categories fail. They expect a cash flow engine, yet the central engine is the balance sheet itself. They expect a vulnerability to currency volatility, yet the collateral exists outside the currency system entirely. They expect.
That's one thing too, is like they're looking at cash flow when they should be looking at the balance sheet. Look at what's happening with the balance sheet. And I think this is fascinating that you're getting the emergence of this asset and this new paradigm around this asset where it's returning it to a balance sheet focus at the same time that we're also having these conversations about, everyone's like, oh, the debt, the debt, the debt. And you say, but the balance sheet.
Political risk, yet the asset is totally indifferent to the conditions that usually destabilize collateral. Their models don't break because the product is strange. Their models break because they were built for an environment that no longer reflects reality. Digital credit is simply debt secured by a superior collateral base. So the confusion for these people should evaporate pretty easily once you internalize that reality. The innovation is not in the coupon, even though it's higher, or the fiat funding. The innovation is the integrity of the collateral. You are no longer relying on a physical asset with jurisdictional baggage. You are relying on a digital asset with mathematically enforced scarcity. And this is why it's breaking everyone's brains. This is why these instruments are such a shock to the system. They demonstrate that the quality of collateral can increase without increasing complexity. They allow issuers to build capital.
The quality of collateral can increase without increasing complexity. Because the more that you increase complexity, the more failure points you introduce. You remove all of that complexity, you have simplicity, which actually increases the value of the collateral itself.
That the quality of collateral can increase without increasing complexity. They allow issuers to build capital structures that do not degrade under inflationary regimes. They give investors yield without requiring loyalty to institutions that have repeatedly failed to safeguard their purchasing power.
If the capital base does not degrade under inflationary regimes, what you find out is that inflation actually enhances the capital base. And you can think of this in dollar terms. If I have a $1 billion balance sheet of Bitcoin, I have a $1 billion allocation of Bitcoin on my balance sheet, and the currency inflates, my balance sheet inflates. My balance sheet increases. My balance sheet will acquire more units of the currency without me doing anything. You sort of get that like with real estate, but real estate has massive carrying costs. It has a bunch of political jurisdictional issues associated with it, and it's very expensive to maintain and to transact in the event that you need to transact in it.
People like to treat this revolution like it's some sideshow, but digital credit is not a sideshow. It is the future. It is the first credible upgrade to the architecture of debt markets in decades. A balance sheet that is backed by Bitcoin, it will always behave differently from one backed by the old world, and every credit instrument that is issued on top of it benefits from that difference. The industry will eventually adapt, but for now, the advantage belongs to those who understand the mechanics before the crowd catches up. Those who build around the digital credit infrastructure will inherit incredible riches. This is not financial advice. This is financial entertainment, but that's my humble opinion. Credit markets, they claim to be disciplined, but remember, most of their discipline is a performance because analysts, they pretend volatility charts are a proxy for real risk, even though those charts are shaped by political intervention more than any underlying fundamentals of the asset. These rating agencies, they pretend to quantify default probabilities, even though their models depend on the same assumptions that have failed in every single major crisis. The entire system is built around these measurement tools that collapse at the moments the base layer stops inflating on command. And Bitcoin is just disrupting all of those tools that are utilized by the legacy system because traditional risk modeling assumes that collateral exists inside of the fiat system. But we know the reality. Every single calculation relies on the belief that central banks will just intervene when markets break, and that belief distorts how risk is priced.
Here's the thing, when you have a fiat system, when you have pristine collateral like this, it actually stabilizes and enhances the fiat regime. So where the fiat regime brings a bunch of, there's a reason why it exists, because there's a bunch of benefits that accrue to the people who participate in it.
Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Bobby Ballbags, for the gifted sub. Congratulations to Gluten Doodle. Let's give you guys one of these. So true. The kilometer users are going to be very far behind the Bitcoin adoption curve. Apologies to you guys. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. So once you have a pristine collateral base, and then you incorporate your fiat regime on top of that, you can actually stabilize that fiat regime and take away some of the downside risk to it, so it actually begins to discipline the fiat regime. So then you can get some of the benefits of the fiat while maintaining this pristine collateral base as like a downside protection.
Sovereign bond with catastrophic fiscal conditions, I believe every single calculation relies on the belief that central banks will just intervene when markets break, and that belief distorts how risk is priced. A sovereign bond with catastrophic fiscal conditions receives a yield discount because the central bank stands ready to suppress volatility. None of this is rational. It is a Pavlovian response created by decades of monetary intervention, and digital credit just breaks all of that conditioning. We're going to continue to see all of these analysts retreat into their volatility metrics because that is the only variable that they understand. And you know what's really funny? The people who really just don't get this are the people with credentials. And this is why I love AI, because it's making credentialism dead and more irrelevant as time goes on. Say what you will about.
Let me get to that in just a second here. He says bond markets still rely on volatility charts and historical cash flow ratios. These metrics fail once the collateral is Bitcoin. Investors demand high coupons because they still apply the old framework. They see volatility but ignore structural fiat instability. They don't see the benefit that volatility provides. When you compare it to they see volatility as instability when actually it's a sign of it's not instability, it's dynamism. Because there's just as much volatility within the fiat system, but that volatility is being managed by fiat, which means it's just being kicked down the road. It's being pushed down and accentuated more and more and more, meaning that there's an inevitable explosion coming as everything blows up. This produces a temporary opportunity. Digital credit offers yields more consistent with junk bonds, while the underlying collateral outperforms traditional base assets. So, junk bonds, typically the riskier bonds, they have to... because they're riskier, they offer higher coupons. In other words, they're going to pay you more to borrow your money because you're higher risk. Bitcoin-based credit can offer returns akin to junk bonds paired with an asset base for a period of time at least, while a global adoption is still coming online. For a period of time here, you can get returns akin to the junk bonds without the risk, because the collateral base is actually pristine and doesn't have all these other risks associated with it. Now, here's this thing talking about anti-credentialism and AI.
Of AI because it's making credentialism dead and more irrelevant as time goes on. Say what you will about AI, but it's kind of democratizing access to information, and people like me get to learn and understand these things faster than the people who went to these communist brainwashing institutions known as the university system. These people, they completely ignore structural risk that is totally embedded in the fiat-denominated instruments, and they cannot wrap their heads around these things. But remember, they have a Harvard MBA, so they're right, of course. These people, they focus on price movements while they're ignoring balance sheet erosion. They're treating the surface level stability as if it reflects real durability, but it does not. Sorry, you people are wrong. Credentialism is dead, and all of these analysts are totally incorrect about everything relating to digital credit and MSTR. The reality is that this is not risk assessment. This is what I call intellectual inertia. The models persist because the industry is terrified of rewriting them. Rewriting the models that requires admittance that decades of discount rates, yield curves, and collateral valuations were built on conditions that no longer hold. It is an empire that is built on sand. Rewriting the models requires admitting that the safest collateral is no longer controlled by any of the institutions that define the fiat system. This is a war for the future of capital. And because it's a war for the future of capital, that admission would trigger a repricing across the entire fixed income landscape, and the fixed income landscape is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital. And instead of confronting
that right there, the fixed income landscape, we're talking corporate debt, sovereign debt, pension funds, insurance companies, the entire fixed income world is hundreds of trillions of dollars. And right now, what is Bitcoin's market cap right now? It's like 2 trillion. Bitcoin's market cap. 3 trillion. Oh no, that's the global cryptocurrency market. So yeah, Bitcoin's market cap's got to be like somewhere in the vicinity of $2 trillion. Where is it here? 1.79. $1.79 trillion right now is Bitcoin's total market cap. And there are hundreds of trillions of dollars of fixed income products out there built on a collateral base of sand. As a pristine collateral has been introduced, and you're getting rapid institutional adoption, the biggest global hegemon is now has an administration that's full of pro-Bitcoin people. It is the official policy of the United States government that they are never going to sell any Bitcoin that they hold. Think about that. Hundreds of trillions of dollars looking for a better place to flow. And Bitcoin right now at around $90,000 currently has a market cap under $2 billion. Start doing that math. Start thinking about it. Wait a second. You get a little prick in the dam. You get a little pinprick hole. A little Dutch boy is sitting there sticking his fingers in these holes. Pretty soon he runs out of fingers. And all of that capital starts flowing to the place that treats it the best. Think about what that does to Bitcoin, to the market cap of Bitcoin, to the price of Bitcoin, priced in US dollars.
This, the critics are going to attack Bitcoin-backed credit because it exposes the weakness of their frameworks. They will dismiss it as speculative while they're endorsing sovereign debt issued by governments that have already lost control of their fiscal trajectory. The national debt is going to be over $50 trillion by the time Trump leaves office. They demand higher coupons from structures backed by a scarce asset, yet happily accept lower yields from issuers whose only solvency plan is more printing of fiat money. This inconsistency that we are witnessing is not rational error. It is something that I am calling psychological resistance. They have to do this. They are rationalizing it in their heads. Sorry, folks, but structural integrity matters a lot more than smooth price lines on a chart. This is why the yield on Bitcoin-backed instruments appears high and people think it's too good to be true. This reflects disbelief, but not factual analysis, okay? Investors will price the product through outdated frameworks, which creates the opportunity for anyone capable of thinking outside the boundaries of the old system. The asymmetry right now is the opportunity. The correction will come. It can't last forever, and it will be decisive. Markets always converge to reality eventually.
Markets always converge to reality eventually. That eventually can be very long, but eventually they will, because money will always go where it's treated best. Again, hundreds of trillions of dollars in fixed income products around the world. And there is now a pristine collateral on the market. We're seeing rapid institutional adoption. Mr. C says, imagine the global hegemon backs their debt with Bitcoin. Right. It's going to happen. My guess is within the first quarter or two of next year, we're going to get a formal announcement. The U.S. formally issuing some type of Bitcoin-backed bond in some clever, creative capacity. The policymakers and stuff are in these discussions and have been for months, if not years already. It's coming eventually. And the great thing about this is when you get that sudden flow, where like you have the little trickle, and then all of a sudden the dam just breaks and that flow happens really fast, you're going to see a massive, massive wealth transfer from the stubborn old mavens of the old system, clinging to that old system, getting rapidly displaced by the early adopters of the new system. It's going to be the greatest financial regime change of all time.
Simply fight harder when the correction requires admitting that the foundation that they have trusted for decades was fundamentally flawed. At this point, the implications for corporate finance become totally unavoidable. A company funded by traditional credit structures operates under a permanent handicap. Its borrowing costs reflect the weakness of fiat collateral and the unpredictability of policy and the fragility of the assets that will degrade over time. Think about a real estate company. How difficult would it be to liquidate $1 billion of real estate, right? Versus how easy would it be for a Bitcoin company to liquidate $1 billion of Bitcoin? The corporations, they pay inflated rates not because they're dysfunctional, but because the system that they operate in is structurally unstable.
Think about that. $1 billion worth of real estate. How long would it take you to liquidate that, and how much would it cost you? And you want to talk to me about transaction costs? on Bitcoin. Cheeky says Bitcoin still needs to 5 or 10x before it can really offer accessible, stable financial or debt products. It's not going to take very long to 5 or 10x. That's the thing. To 10x, so 890, 900,000. I mean, once it 5x's, you've already got stable credit products being built upon it. When Bitcoin 5x's, it's going to, like, the thing is, like, when it 5x's, it's going to 5x really quickly, just kind of because that's what it does. You get all the people start YOLOing into it. It's going to 5x really quickly, and then it's going to tail off, but it's going to reset well above where it was before. And this is going to be yet another cycle where it does this, and now you're going to get major institutional buy-in, where I expect once it starts nuking up again, you're going to get a bunch of people who are sitting on announcements who are going to launch those announcements then, which is going to cause it to nuke even further. So it's just going to take a matter of probably a handful of months, maybe 18 months to 5x. And then 10xing is going to come within a couple of years after that.
Instability is packed directly into their cost of capital. Now, if you imagine a corporation that decides to anchor its balance sheet to Bitcoin, such as Strategy or Metaplanet, the market sees that collateral that cannot be diluted, cannot be seized through administrative shortcuts, and cannot be devalued by monetary policy. For the first time, a corporate balance sheet can now scale with a monetary base that is transparent and predictable instead of political and reactive. And this creates a funding advantage that the legacy finance system is not prepared to compete with. They have no chance at stopping this thing. The genie is out of the bottle, the cat is out of the bag. There is nothing they can do. And that is because a company that accumulates Bitcoin can issue credits at terms that outperform any competitors who rely on the traditional system. Investors...
He says companies with Bitcoin treasuries gain a structural funding advantage. Corporations that accumulate Bitcoin can issue debt at terms that would be impossible with the traditional collateral. Investors receive yield secured by the hardest asset on the balance sheet. Over time, companies without Bitcoin will face a widening cost of capital gap. So Bitcoin collateral enables better borrowing terms than fiat-backed instruments. Michael Saylor has been issuing these convertible bonds where he's been getting, I think the biggest one was like $2 billion at a 0% coupon. Companies are literally giving him $2 billion for free, knowing that he's going to take $2 billion and buy $2 billion worth of Bitcoin. Nowhere else are you going to get $2 billion for free. The structure aligns the incentives and reduces reliance on decaying fiat collateral, which means firms without Bitcoin will face a widening cost of capital gap over time. This is an inevitability. There could be rises and falls and ups and downs between now and then, but I'm talking over the course of 10 to 20 to 50 years. It's just inevitable. You're not going to avoid it. Bitcoin-based yield curves will compete directly with traditional treasury curves. And once you get enough data on that, like the longer that this goes, the more market cycles that this goes through, the more people start doing the math and the more people you get flooding into that. Again, I'm talking at the institutional level. And the more the institutions buy into it, the more the average man is going to, because they just see number go up. Josh Ham DM'd me this here. Russia's state-owned banking giant VTB just said they recommend a 7% allocation to Bitcoin and crypto. 7% allocation from a major bank. And this is the other dynamic, is that once you start having sovereign entities becoming more and more explicitly pro-Bitcoin, then you start getting a race where they have to try to outdo each other. Because once the price starts going up, you want to lock in. I think this is one of the biggest reasons why the price has been kind of weird lately. It's actually being suppressed. It's being held back by firms and institutions that are trying to accumulate it on the sly. I think also a bunch of it has been liquidated to try to fund deep state operations. I think a lot of these old wallets that have come online and sold, they're selling under, it's supposed to be like, oh, we're just cashing out. We're early whales who are cashing out and taking our gains. But I think this is a direct downstream effect of the USAID and assorted NGOs being slashed. Them losing that funding source. So now they're actually having to cash out from their own asset base to fund their operations.
They receive their yield that's backed by scarce collateral. The issuer receives capital at a lower real cost because the risk profile is a lot cleaner. The structure aligns incentives rather than obscuring them behind accounting conventions and also policy assumptions too, and that is why the corporations without Bitcoin will experience increasing pressure over time. Their cost of capital will forever drift higher relative to firms that build Bitcoin treasuries. They will rely on collateral that weakens quietly, while competitors rely on collateral that strengthens during...
What did Tom say? Mr. Seuss says that's what Tom said. Was it the like deep state selling Bitcoin to fund their operations?
Periods of monetary instability. The markets will reward the company that chooses a predictable base layer over one that decays through awful hyperinflation and policy swings. And if you think this shift stops at individual firms, absolutely incorrect. Entire industries depend on debt markets for their survival. If one company in a sector adopts a Bitcoin treasury strategy and gains a structural funding advantage, the competitors are going to face a choice. They can do two things. They can either raise capital at worse terms or adopt the exact same strategy. The equilibrium moves toward the harder collateral because markets will always gravitate towards structures with lower long-term risk. And not to dive too deep into the game theory, but I'm just saying this dynamic is going to reach the sovereign level, the sovereign nation-state level. Think pension funds, think endowments, think multinational corporations as well. They are all going to demand credit instruments that preserve real value instead of eroding it. Bitcoin-backed credit satisfies that requirement directly. It offers predictable collateral, global liquidity, and insulation from any sort of physical risk. And this is how the yield curves will begin to shift because the market starts pricing risk based on collateral quality rather than institutional prestige fake news nonsense. The process will accelerate once a critical mass of issuers adopt this model because the market will begin to benchmark everything against the hardest collateral available. And
And that's the thing. The more people do it, the more it will happen. But it's not going to be a linear trend. It's going to be an exponential trend. Again, this is not financial advice, but I'll just tell you that I have been accumulating as much Bitcoin as I possibly can. I got the dollar cost average going, just boop, every single day, picking it up as much as I possibly can. If you would like to send some of your Bitcoin to me, I will happily take it. There's kingpilled@manabitcoin.com if you want to send it via Lightning, and then my actual direct Bitcoin address straight to my River wallet. River is the place. I should get a promo code for River because River is the best. River.com. I wonder if I have I wants me to log in. Let me see if I could just log in real quick and get if I have a link or something, because then you guys could sign up. It's basically just like a Bitcoin savings account that, so want me to do two-factor. Hold on. 3. Oh, okay. For crying out loud. Now I'm pot committed. Now I got to do it. We don't recognize this device. So I have to verify my device. There we go. Device verified. Okay. Do I have a earn rewards? Oh yeah, referral link. Look at that. Hell yeah. I will drop this referral link. It's basically a savings account that I'm going to pin that. Hey, come back here. It's a savings account that you earn interest in Bitcoin, and then you can also set up your dollar cost averaging with it. And they have some like intelligent dollar cost averaging tools where they you can set it to when the price dips, you can have it increase your buy. So I'm a big fan of it. But if you'd like to send me some Bitcoin as well, then my Bitcoin address will be in the podcast and YouTube and Substack descriptions for this episode. Mr. Just says all this means is that Bitcoin will back treasuries, meaning Bitcoin will indirectly and directly, eventually, the stablecoins, thanks to the Genius Act, meaning Bitcoin will eventually directly back to the dollar. Yes, correct. And I think we're at the point now where people are, where like the big asset managers are starting to pick up on, they're starting to connect those dots, and it's just a matter of time before there's an actual formal announcement of the United States formally embracing Bitcoin with some sort of a directly Bitcoin-backed treasury or something like that. Let's finish this video real quick.
You know what's really beautiful about this entire thing? Bitcoin turns corporate finance into a meritocracy again. The firms that build on a hard base layer will outperform those continuing to rely on collateral shaped by political discretion. The markets will adapt because markets always adapt when the difference becomes too large to ignore. This is the endgame, a global credit system that rewards discipline, punishes fragility, and functions without dependence on centralized monetary manipulation. Bitcoin replaces the old model entirely. It replaces the foundation and forces the market to adapt to it. The issuers who embrace this structure will thrive. The issuers who cling to the past will watch their funding advantage totally disappear. Fiat is terminal, so this transformation is going to accelerate. The investors will allocate to the structures that actually protect their capital. Every single cycle that exposes fiat fragility will just push more institutions toward Bitcoin collateral. Think of what Michael Saylor did in 2020. He found Bitcoin out of necessity when he saw the Fed print all that stimulus check money. So once the meta narrative, this meta shift of fiat being terminal and the money printer continuing to print, well, it's going to reach critical mass. The system that once dominated global finance will be reduced to a historical reference point. Digital credit becomes the benchmark. Everything else will just adjust to it and not the other way around. My name is Adam Livingston. I am the Bitcoin Wizard. If you like this content, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It
says digital credit becomes the new standard for yield and security. Bitcoin-backed credit is the first example of a debt instrument anchored to a monetary base that cannot be changed by human discretion. This model will spread into corporate finance, pensions, insurance, and sovereign funding. Why the shift is inevitable. Borrowers prefer Bitcoin collateral because it lowers long-term fragility. Investors prefer it because the base layer is immune to dilution. Markets will reprice risk around hard collateral standards, and first-mover structures gain permanent architectural advantage. Digital credit is the beginning of a transition from decaying collateral to hard collateral. The shift will be slow and then sudden. Once markets fully reprice risk around Bitcoin, the structures being built today will be recognized as the first step toward a new global credit architecture. And I'm going to let you guys hear he gives his little shout out to his sponsor here.
Warrior on the front lines spreading the orange gospel of Bitcoin to the masses. Our world is changing at breakneck pace, and I want you here with me every single step of the way. Have a terrific day. Do not party too hard. Class dismissed. Once again, a special thanks to Horizon for sponsoring this video. Most people don't realize this, but on average, 60% of American homeowners' net worth is locked up in their primary residence. And with home prices more inflated than ever, Americans now sit on a combined $35 trillion in home equity. Now there's a way to unlock that trapped capital and put it to work in Bitcoin. Horizon helps homeowners unlock a portion of their home equity to buy Bitcoin. It is not a loan, so there are no new monthly payments. You keep living in your home as usual, and then later when you sell, refinance, or choose to settle early, Horizon's provider takes an agreed share of your home's future value. That is the trade. Unlock cash now to stack Bitcoin by selling a slice of your home's future value while you continue living in it. What makes Horizon stand out is that there are no term limits and you keep 100% of the Bitcoin upside. The Bitcoin is fully yours to custody however you want, wherever you want, with no risk of forced liquidation. If you've been sitting on a pile of home equity and are eager to invest in Bitcoin, this may be the product for you. Visit joinhorizon.com to see if you qualify and get started. Their team of experts will work with you one-on-one from start to finish. Transform your dormant home equity into Bitcoin today with Horizon.
It looks like Slosher, River is not available to non-Americans. It is a Americans only thing, for the time being at least. Okay, I got to go take a leak real quick. Let me give you guys. You guys tell me. Do you want some? Well, actually, no. I can't do. I can't do EWBSX because that's going to definitely get the video taken down because there's a Metallica song playing right now. So I will give you guys some leftist ass eating.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. us, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
God bless Alex Jones. I just got to give a quick shout out to the great and glorious Gaga for this excellent, fantastic, wonderful birthday present that she sent me. Let me show it off here real quick. See if you guys can see it. Yeah. Whoop. Not trying to show off my ass. Yeah. Excellent. LA Galaxy lounge pants. That's what I do. I work in lounge pants. You guys are the Astrolabe. You guys are wonderful. You allow me to support my family by sitting here in front of a camera wearing a sweatshirt and lounge pants and recovering from a migraine. If I didn't have this as my job, I would be in bad shape. When I get a migraine like that, I am disabled. I go full retarded. Cheeky. I actually like the Timbers better than the Sounders, so there's that. Yeah, I actually am wearing pants. I almost always wear pants. I don't think I've ever not worn pants. Sometimes I have shorts, but I don't think I've ever done the show in my underwear. Alan says, do you get stabbed in the back of your eyeballs migraine? It's from I call it a migraine because that's kind of the closest thing to compare it to, but it's you have a pinched nerve in my neck up here. And so like it's this whole area totally spazzes out and then it comes into my left eyebrow. So it's kind of like up behind my eyebrow and around the side, back up behind my ear, in my jaw, and then it'll cause like my whole left side of my rib cage to spaz out, and then my left hip gets all locked up as well. So then it's kind of like this surging, pulsing pain above my eyebrow that sometimes comes and goes. But occasionally it'll start hitting the vertigo circuits, and so I'll get nauseated. I actually had gone almost a month without having one, which was kind of nice. But when it hit me, yesterday I took I woke up in the morning and I was like, oh, here it comes. So I took a Norco, which usually has been very good for just kind of smoothing it out and making it tolerable. I've even been able to do shows with that. But this time it made me sick. I don't know why. It made me really nauseated. And so then once it wore off, I took some aspirin and naproxen, which is my backup, and that made me nauseated as well. So I was sitting here putting the show together last night and periodically was like, do I need to puke? No, okay, I think I'm okay. And yeah, so then I just had to call it. Yeah, I've had multiple injuries. I've had lower back, middle back, and upper back. So upper back was a moving injury. I think I herniated a disc or something right kind of between the top of my shoulder blades. Lower back was a herniated disc, and then middle back was a bunch of torn intercostal muscles and dislocated ribs. So yeah, I have and I already have like genetically am predisposed to back problems. My dad and my grandma both had bad backs. So yeah, I'm 37 with like a 65-year-old back. All right, let's keep going. So look at this. Bombshell from Representative Jason Smith. A new watchdog investigation found large-scale systemic failures that allow fake identities, dead people, and massive improper use of Social Security numbers to receive Obamacare subsidies. The Government Accountability Office conducted covert operations, which included creating fictitious identities In fact, 100% of fake applicants were approved by Obamacare's marketplace as recently as late 2024. So the government accountability operation created fictitious identities and then applied for Obamacare subsidies and were approved as late as last year. And 90% of the fake applicants continue to receive coverage in 2025. The result, wasteful federal spending on subsidies for enrollees who are not eligible. Harm and unexpected costs for consumers, loss of access to medical providers and medications, higher copays and deductibles, or forced repayment. And they found one Social Security number that was being used to get subsidized health care for 71 different people. One Social Security number, 71 different people. When they asked the people in charge about it, they just said they didn't feel like figuring out which person was the real one. And then to make matters worse, remember the Obamacare tax credits that were supposedly going to cover the plan premiums for low-income people? Well, it turns out that there is zero income verification. They just give you the tax credit plan, even if you provide no information at all. Yes, Lady Milk, you could have created a fake ID and got government gibs. Yes. Do we need to start a fund for some peptides or stem cells? Man, you know, I was wondering while I was languishing in bed last night, contorting myself in all sorts of weird positions. I was wondering if, like, I don't know, like Botox injections. I've heard people have had lots of good success when they get pain at the base of their skull, that Botox injections work for that. I did do some peptides before that I had injected into my neck, and I think they helped. It was kind of hard to tell, and I probably didn't do them for long enough. But yeah. Hey, you got spondy. Yeah, I got a spondy as well. That's what I got in my lower back. Spondylolisthesis. Spell that out. Go Google it if you don't know what it is. Doctor said to do planks. Yeah, it'd probably be good if I did some planks. So yeah, it was 71 applicants with a total of 125 people covered, meaning the 71 applicants had 54 combined family members. 71 years of coverage across 125 insurance policies. This is the degree to which the American taxpayer has been supporting. Like, you wouldn't even have to do some sort of grand global economic monetary reorganization. You just have to take the millstones from around our necks. Just leave the old system as it is, but get rid of all the waste and fraud, and just let us not be supporting the entire world. Here's another one. Per a just released Department of War. Come on, Paul Sperry. Yeah, I haven't seen one. What's the DOD? Per a just released Department of War IG report, Biden forfeited 96,000 ground vehicles, 51,180 general purpose and light tactical vehicles, 23,825 Humvees, nearly 900 armored combat vehicles, 427,300 weapons, 17,400 helmet-worn night vision devices, and at least 162 aircraft to the Taliban. I can't even begin to try to assess how much all of that is worth. What is that? 96, 147, 148. So like 172,000 vehicles, 500,000 weapons, 162 aircraft. Insane. Absolutely insane. The nods are at least 15K each. Yeah. Ridiculous. Just left there. Just armed an entire country. Armed an entire country for like its entire military. And then this, a new Pentagon IG audit has found that the Biden administration allocated a whopping $14.2 billion to resettle more than 75,000 largely unvetted Afghan refugees inside U.S. towns and cities, where many have carried out or attempted to carry out terrorist attacks. $14.2 billion. Yeah, why not just 14.88? Just round it up. So we spent $189,000 per refugee Enough to pay for a new house and get it mostly paid off immediately. Almost $200,000 per refugee. Many of whom were literally part of actual death squads. They're CIA-trained military operatives. So not only did we get them brought into the country, but we spent $200,000 per refugee to bring them into the country. Holy smoke, says Eric Doherty, a generational betrayal has occurred. Just add it to the list. Yet another one. HUD Secretary Scott Turner, look at my African American, confirmed that the Democrats gave government-backed mortgages to illegal aliens. Illegal aliens were not just getting mortgages, they were getting government-subsidized mortgages. Just add it to the tab. You know, U.S. taxpayers going to pay for everything else. Why don't we just pay for mortgages for illegals, too?
You know, during the Biden administration, there were over 12 million illegal aliens that came over the border, straining our housing supply and making the costs go up. And so we worked with Secretary Noem at DHS, as you alluded to make sure that only American citizens
look at my
are living
African American
in HUD-funded
over here.
housing. We
Look at him.
Took away FHA-backed mortgages from illegal aliens during the Biden administration. They turned a blind eye. But we're going to keep the law to make sure that these mortgages, which are backed by the taxpayer, go only to the American people. And lastly, we are mandating that every public housing authority give us a comprehensive account who's living in every unit in taxpayer HUD-funded housing.
Wow. Ashley Davis, another impact of that wide open border.
Trump's not doing anything, though, guys. Not doing anything. Just sitting in the White House, just posting truths, and that's it. Nothing else. Here you go. Let's add another one. U.S. taxpayers, through state and federal Medicaid dollars, unwittingly helped bankroll a Somali paramilitary force led by a former refugee-turned-warlord in Maine. Abdullahi Ali, a Somali American living in Portland, has openly admitted to raising millions to arm and equip fighters in Somalia. At the same time, he was receiving millions of dollars in public funds through MaineCare, Maine's Medicaid program, to run a for-profit agency serving Somali immigrants in the state. He was paid over $28 million from MaineCare, funded jointly by the state and federal government, while running for president of Jubaland and funding a paramilitary force in Somalia. Ali used the funds raised in the U.S. to purchase weapons, munitions, and supplies for his fighters. This is why you can't own a house. This is why you don't get health insurance. This is why you can't go to a hospital and get treated in an emergency room. Because the U.S. taxpayer has been funding a literal Somali warlord. It's not intuitive to understand just what it means for Somalia to have an average IQ of 68. This is from Jeremy Kaufman. Let's break it down. With an IQ of 68 or below, the average Somalian, so over half the country, would be considered too disabled in America to be eligible for the death penalty. At this level, someone will struggle to understand the cause and effect of basic things. Even filling out forms will be hard. At one standard deviation up from 68, we have an IQ of 83. Around 1 in 6 Somalians are intelligent enough to be a below-average janitor. Below-average janitor. This is the level of intelligence of poor urban areas in America. At 2 standard deviations, we're at 98, or roughly average intelligence in America. Around 2% of Somalians will be as intelligent as your average high school classmate and could be clerical workers or cooks. 2% of them, if you had 100 Somalis evenly distributed in front of you, 2 of them would be about as intelligent as your average high school classmate and might be qualified to be a cook. At 3 standard deviations, we're at 113. This is approaching the territory where useful creative and STEM work can be done. For example, engineering. This is about 1 out of 1,000 Somalians. 1 out of 1,000 is a midwit. At 4 standard deviations, we're at 128. These are the people who will come across as bright in your interactions with them, but still wouldn't be gifted. They can perform almost all high-status professions. There are only around 750 Somalians in the entire country that are this intelligent, out of a population of 18 million. There are 18 million Somalians. About 750 of them would be capable of performing almost all high-status professions. At 5 standard deviations, we're at 143. We are in gifted and potentially genius territory. These are people who can invent, create, and contribute at the highest level. There are approximately 5 of them. Not 5%, 5 total in the entire country of Somalia. How's that putting it into perspective for you? Yeah, standard deviation is likely wider because of non-genetic variation, IQ damaged by disease or malnutrition. This is Matt Walsh said, someone said, whites are jealous because they can't compete with Somali excellence. Oh yeah, when I think of excellence, I think of Mogadishu. He said the average IQ in Somalia is 68, which is below the line for mental retardation. 7 out of 10 Somalians live in poverty. Their per capita GDP is $1,000. Somalia does not have a functional waste management system. The tallest fully constructed building in the country is 10 stories. So where is this Somali excellence exactly? Based Matt Walsh. See, here's the thing. It's okay to be a country full of retarded people. They're not bad because they're retarded. They just don't belong in the United States. They especially don't belong in the United States, being given fully sponsored lifestyles subsidized entirely by the American taxpayer. Look at this. Here's a struggle session for you. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey holding on for dear life as he dines in a Somali restaurant. This man, I almost, for a brief moment watching this video, I almost felt bad for him. Because look at him. Look at the look on his face. He realizes that he's trapped. He can't get out of this. He is pot committed, even if he wanted to. This is a man who is being held at gunpoint, effectively, and being forced to eat slop. Watch him try to pass this off as an enjoyable experience. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, great. Yeah. Let me stir this as much as I can. Doing everything I can to engage with it in some way that does not involve putting it into my mouth. Watch him chewing it. It's like if I chew it enough, maybe I'll be able to swallow it. Look at that face. Oh yeah, no, it's great. No, thanks. I don't need more. No, it's just so good. I couldn't eat another bite. That last shot there. Holy crap. That's it right there. There's the winning shot. So you get the record scratch, freeze frame. Yep, that's me. You might be wondering how I found myself here. I would say someone needs to save this man, but you know what? Sowing, reaping, and all of that. Tim Walz is very upset that people are now calling him a retard in public. So what does he do? He goes out and complains about people calling him a retard in public.
True. This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word in front of people. This is shameful.
The R word?
I have yet to see an elected official, a Republican elected official, say, you're right, that's shameful. He should not say it. So look, I'm worried. We know how these things go. They start with taunts, they turn to violence. So deeply concerned.
Start with taunts, return to violence. The man who hired a dude to kill his political opponents is very concerned about taunts turning into violence. The R word. Can you believe it? The R word. He said the R word. I wonder how many people are driving past his house calling him a retard now. Mike Lindell is looking to bring the day of the pillow to Tim Walz. He has filed to run for Minnesota governor. Wouldn't this be just poetic? Wouldn't it be poetic for Mike Lindell to become the new governor of Minnesota? Oh, the day of the pillow with my pillow. That's right. Everyone needs to vote for Mike Lindell for Minnesota governor. I don't care if you live in Minnesota or not. Just vote for him. Do your duty. Do your patriotic duty. Yeah, he sold his pillow for $14.88 for months. Yes, he did. Oh yeah, Mike Lindell is a total nut. Yeah, perfect governor. The dude's also an absolute patriot. He is stuck by his president at great personal cost to himself. I think it's because he's a nut, but you know what? Sometimes you got to be a nut. Andrew Isker said, if I'm allowed to indulge in schizo true crime brain for a minute, what if Brian Thompson and Melissa Hortman were not victims of random whack jobs, but rather there were purposeful hits on loose ends? Remember, Brian Thompson was the United Healthcare CEO that Luigi Mangione shot. Melissa Hortman was the Democratic state senator, I believe, who was the only one who voted against healthcare for illegals.
The best way to deal with bullies is tell them exactly what upsets you.
Exactly, Slosher. Hey! This is like the oldest rule on the internet. Hey! Don't do that to me. I don't like that. FYI, here's an announcement to everybody. I really don't like it when you do this thing to me. The surest way to ensure that it's going to keep happening to you. Am I still live? Things are looking a little wonky here. Stream just froze up on my end. Refresh. I am still live. Okay, good. Okay. How wrapped up is United Healthcare, based in Minnetonka, Minnesota, in the billion-dollar Somali fraud? They're subsidized through Minnesota's Medicare program. It's not a huge leap to say they knowingly participated in this fraud. What if Luigi isn't some wannabe Che Guevara attacking a healthcare CEO he has no connection to? He was never a United Healthcare customer, but just a loser hired to do a hit. What if the DFL's political machine was funded by the Somali fraud? What did high-ranking DFL legislators Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman know? What if Vance Bolter, who obviously seems totally insane, saying Tim Walz ordered him to do a hit, is actually telling the truth? What if Trump taking office and taking control of the DOJ, which has finally begun to finally investigate Minnesota, precipitated these events? You know what? I'm down for it. I like this. I like this theory. I think there's something to it. TLDR, Trump takes office and suddenly people seemingly involved in massive fraud get whacked by rando nut jobs. Yeah, 20% of U.S. GDP is healthcare. There's so much fraud. What if the most absurdly egregious circus clown fraud in Minnesota is what finally lifted the curtain on the whole thing? Yeah, Walter Kern is very good follow. If you're not following him, you're missing out. He's been talking about this stuff for a while. Very interesting theory. Now here, found this old video. A Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower just confirmed the CIA outsources election rigging technology like Smartmatic and Dominion from Venezuela. Sidney Powell has been saying this since 2020. This is how they stole the election from Trump. And I'm glad somebody pulled this back up because I was just thinking about these the other day. I watched these interviews when they happened, and I was like, man, these are really specific claims that she's making. There really seems to be something to this, and she seems extremely confident. And she was not some total, loony whack job before this. She was a very credible lawyer. So her coming out and planting her flag on this seemed extremely credible. And now, in retrospect, with all the stuff that we've been getting from, the Emerald Robinson, talking about this stuff with Mike Flynn, Trump signal boosting it, very specific claims about Elon Musk and Mark Wayne Mullen, and then you get this letter from this this former official in the Venezuelan government who's now in prison in West Virginia, detailing how all of this stuff is true. Knowing all of this now, listen to her report back then.
I can hardly wait to put forth all the evidence we have collected on Dominion, starting with the fact it was created to produce altered voting results in Venezuela for Hugo Chavez, and then shipped internationally to manipulate votes for purchase in other countries, including this one. It was funded by money from Venezuela and Cuba, and China has a role in it also. We have staggering statistical evidence. We have staggering testimony from witnesses, including one who was personally in briefings when all of this was discussed and planned, beginning with Hugo Chavez and how it was designed there, and then saw.
When she says that we have a witness who was personally in meetings when this was all planned, I wonder if the guy she was talking about is this Hugo Carvajal guy who's now in prison, who wrote that letter that I read on the last Labe. I wonder if that was her source at the time.
It happening in this country. As soon as the state shut down on election night and stopped counting, those are the states where the most egregious problems occurred. We also need to look at, and we're beginning to collect evidence on the financial interests of some of the governors and secretaries of state who actually bought into the Dominion systems.
That's where things get really interesting. She's saying this back then, that there were governors and secretaries of state who were bought into this. And this is also what this Hugo Carvajal guy was saying as well, that there are election officials and intelligence agents in the United States who have been on the take for this stuff. If this story is going to start opening up and unraveling now, this is going to make some of the electoral landscape very, very interesting.
To line their own pockets by getting a voting machine in that would either make sure their election was successful or they got money for their family from it. Well, for fraud this serious, I think even if the states are stupid enough to go ahead and certify the votes where we know the machines were operating and producing altered election results, then they will be set aside by the fraud also. I mean, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of votes. President Trump won this election in a landslide.
At the time, I remember at the time being like, okay, this is kind of like a rhetorical thing. Like, yeah, he won it in a landslide. I was like, I think he very likely won it. I don't know about a landslide necessarily, but in retrospect, I don't know, man. Seeing how the election just went, I really wouldn't be surprised if he didn't just like narrowly squeak it out, but he legitimately won back then. Here is an even bigger throwback. 2006, Lou Dobbs on CNN reported Smartmatic voting machines were managed by Venezuela. Sidney Powell has been saying since 2020 this is how they stole the election. A Venezuela military intelligence whistleblower just confirmed the CIA outsources this election rigging technology from Venezuela. This is about more than narco-trafficking. It is absolutely about much more than narco-trafficking.
A firm owned by Venezuela could be allowed to take over one of this country's top voting machine firms. Venezuela, of course, led by Hugo Chavez, working to change the views of most South American countries, moved to the left. Critics of the deal say our nation's very democracy is now for sale without anyone doing a thing about it. Kitty Pilgrim reports.
The use of some 19,000 electronic voting machines in the city of Chicago and Cook County primary on March 21st of this year is now under intense scrutiny. The U.S. company that makes the machines, Sequoia, was bought in 2005 by Smartmatic, a private company primarily owned by Venezuelan businessmen. When Chicago had problems with the machines, a dozen Venezuelan employees were there to help with the election. Chicago officials are outraged.
I think that American elections ought to be run by American companies and ought to be run by American citizens, not Venezuelan nationals.
Smartmatic is technically based in Boca Raton, Florida, but the president of the company, Jack Blaine, testified to the Chicago City Council. Fewer than a dozen Smartmatic employees work in Florida. The majority of the workers are based in Venezuela. Watchdog groups question why U.S. voting machines would be under the control of citizens of another country.
So Lou Dobbs left CNN in 2009 after he was there for almost 30 years, and it was basically because of birtherism. And then he was at Fox until February 4, 2021, when Smartmatic filed a $2.7 billion defamation suit against multiple parties, including Dobbs and two other Fox Corporation program hosts. And the three programs had each run a video retraction weeks earlier after receiving a demand letter from Smartmatic, though neither Dobbs nor the other host personally issued retractions. Venezuelan businessman Majed Khalil sued Dobbs, Fox News, and Sidney Powell for $250 million in 2021, alleging they'd falsely implicated him in rigging Dominion Smartmatic machines. Dobbs and Fox News reached a confidential settlement with Khalil in April of 2023. Fox News canceled Dobbs' show on February 5, 2021. The LA Times reported the decision had been under consideration before the Smartmatic legal issues arose. Brian Stelter and Oliver Darcy of CNN Business claimed that despite being the highest-rated Fox Business Network program, it was a loss leader because many advisors did not want to be associated with the content. And then I think he died. Yeah, he died last year, July of 2024. Wow, he died 5 days after the Trump assassination attempt. Yeah, Lou Dobbs was a patriot, man. Think about this, though. Think about the things that are downstream of this. Tucker Carlson leaving Fox is a downstream consequence of the whole election rigging and then the Smartmatic lawsuit and the whole Sidney Powell thing. So if that doesn't happen, Tucker Carlson doesn't leave Fox, doesn't found the Tucker Carlson network, doesn't platform Nick Fuentes. Think about all the things that you get the butterfly effect thing. All of that downstream from this.
Especially a country whose own election process is highly suspect.
We believe this is a national security issue. There is no way that companies belonging to non-U.S. corporations should have access to our elections.
The Treasury Department is supposed to monitor sales of
Yeah, Tucker doesn't say faggot on Piers' show. That's true.
U.S. companies to overseas investors where there is a question of national security, such as in the Dubai ports deal, the so-called CFIUS review process. Some in Congress are demanding an investigation.
In the case of Smartmatic, there are a number of unanswered questions. That's why I wrote to the Secretary of...
This is a New York Democrat.
...the Treasury and asked them to review the ownership. It's offshore, it's murky, no one seems to know who owns it. Certainly our government should know.
A potential risk to the democratic process. Now, we called the Treasury Department to ask if the sale of Sequoia in 2005 had been reviewed or not. Treasury told us they were aware of the sale, but can't confirm if it's been reviewed or not. And some in Congress and voter watchdog groups also are demanding a better answer than that, Lou.
Well, this Treasury Department is filled with incompetence. They have stopped in over 1,500 reviews, only one sale to foreign owners' American assets. But a voting machine company, critical to this country's election count, and they can't tell you whether or not the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States reviewed it or not?
They have no answer for us. And
these are the most arrogant, incompetent, bureaucratic idiots. I mean, the Treasury Department is trying to move ahead of a number of other departments in that category.
It's incomprehensible that this would be in any way.
Have we put a call into? I know John Snow's on a short tenure and short on tenure, but perhaps somebody who works for him would have some basic sense that he owes the American people an answer.
Lou, we have been trying to get the officials. They said they thought it was a company. So there are a lot of people in.
The Treasury Secretary at that time was Hank Paulson. Hank Paulson of Goldman Sachs. the subprime mortgage guy. He was the one who was the Treasury Secretary at the time under Bush.
Murky territory right here, and I think it really does deserve some examination.
Great. It certainly does. We're going to continue to do so. I think we need to tip our hat to the Congresswoman. She did a marvelous job in looking into this, and hats off to her. At least somebody is trying to make some sense. This administration, call the White House. Let's find out the answer so this audience knows exactly what's going on by Monday evening. And this is ridiculous.
We are looking into it actively, Lou.
Thank you, Kitty.
Imagine if you had told Lou Dobbs at the time that it would take 20 years. This was 20 years ago, literally 20 years, for all this stuff to actually really come to light and start emerging into the zeitgeist. What a patriot. Night Hash and Beard, thanks for being here, man. Hank Paulson was the Treasury Secretary who oversaw the bailouts and also the Fannie and Freddie being taken into conservatorship. That Hank Paulson was the Treasury Secretary at the time that the Dominion, the Smartmatic voting machines were brought into the United States. Just amazing. Amazing. Look at this. The DEA's chief financial director under Obama, Paul Campo, who resigned in 2016 ahead of Trump's administration, had his Virginia home raided and has been charged for agreeing to launder $12 million for the CJ&G, a Mexican cartel, while acting in his role at the DIA. Trump's Justice Department isn't doing anything. We're not seeing any arrests. They're not going after the deep state. They're part of the deep state. They've been fully subverted. What's that you were saying? Fucking retards. Literally arresting the former chief financial director of the DEA for laundering money for a Mexican cartel. Lee says, one must wonder why so many government officials are mad at seeing these cartel boats get blown up. No kidding. How many more are there? It says from it at least in or about December 2024 up to and including at least in or about November of 2025, Paul Campo and Robert Sensi, the defendants, and others known and unknown, participated in a scheme to launder money and traffic drugs for the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, a.k.a. Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generacion, or CJ&G, a foreign terrorist organization designated by the U.S. Department of State. As part of that scheme, Campo and Sensi agreed to launder approximately $12 million of narcotics proceeds for CJ&G. They laundered approximately $750,000 by converting cash into cryptocurrency and provided a payment for approximately 220 kilograms of cocaine on the understanding that the cocaine had been imported into the United States. They further advised a supposed CJ&G member about fentanyl production and explored procuring firearms and explosive devices for CJ&G. As part of these discussions, Campo and Sensi often boasted about and relied heavily on the experience and supposed expertise of Campo, a former high-level federal law enforcement officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration. Charged by a grand jury. The narco-terrorism conspiracy. What else do I got here? Harmeet Dillon says, wait, did I hear that there's a Justice Department success story on election laws that isn't getting enough attention? John Solomon on Bannon's War Room.
26 states are about to be forced to clean up their voter rolls and take off the non-citizens, the dead people, the triple registrars. The 26th election could be fundamentally different for the Democrats because they won't have dirty voter rolls. That is a Harmeet Dillon success story.
So 26 states are being forced to clean up their voter rolls. Again, I got to rapid fire these at you guys, because if it's just like one thing here or there, like individually, each one of these things, I can say, 26 states, how many other states, and how many are they actually going to clean up, and how long is it going to take, and is it going to be done in time, and sure, yeah, all of those things, yeah, gotcha. Yep, you're able to think like one level deep. Good for you. But every single one of these episodes is just packed with all of these things. There's like limits to manpower. We're dealing with legal timelines, political timelines that move very slowly. And all these institutions are packed full of subversives and traitors, and you don't even know who all of them are. And you got to take all of it together. The administration has almost been so comprehensive it has hurt them. Because people aren't able to keep up with everything. It's just too much for any one person to take in. But you can't even have a conversation about this with someone who's just determined to just assume the worst, because you would just be gish galloping. You would just be rattling off policy move, court case, everything, just one after the other. All over the place. Yet another win in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court upholds Texas's 2026 congressional redistricting map in a 6-3 ruling along ideological lines here. This means plus 5 red seats. This is final now. It had been blocked. The Supreme Court upheld it, which means this is what the 2026 midterms will be based upon. This map. Plus 5 red seats basically cancels out California. Probably more than cancels out California. Also, there's the Indiana redistricting map passed the House. Now it has to get past the Indiana Senate. And there's going to be a full court press applying a ton of political pressure to them. And here's the thing. If the zeitgeist has been seeded with a bunch of doom porn and Trump's political success is in question, it makes it a lot easier for squishy, traitorous GOP senators to be like, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going down with that ship. So when you go out and spam demoralization porn on the timeline, you're making life easier for the very conservatives you claim to hate. Yeah, after all the redistricting, it's a net neutral, at least with respect to California. There's also Florida. There's also Ohio. There's also potentially Oklahoma and Nebraska. There's also Missouri. Then in Virginia, they're trying to do a big redistricting over there as well. But we haven't even gotten to the Supreme Court hearing about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And it's seeming more and more like they're going to rule appropriately on that as well, which would be something like 25 seats for Republicans. Yeah, Texas canceled by California, Florida, and Kansas canceled by Virginia. Probably basically about like that. You've also got, with this redistricting, what it does is it eliminates Jasmine Crockett's seat. So now Jasmine Crockett is going to run for Senate. You're going to have Jasmine, I think it's going to be Jasmine Crockett against Ken Paxton, most likely. There's also, just today, the Supreme Court announced that they are going to take up the birthright citizenship case. That one, to me, is probably 50-50. I've seen some signals. It seems like they may actually uphold it. I've seen some that they won't. It's really probably going to come down to Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts. And Roberts is pragmatic enough that I could see him recognizing the stakes here. My guess is that there's going to be some sort of a compromise. I don't have any idea what that would look like, but I'm just kind of ballparking that there's going to be some sort of compromise where there's going to be something that goes like something that's retrospective and some that like locks in the status quo, but then changes things going forward or something along those lines. But they said that they are going to take it up, and so I think that that's probably going to be in 2026. I'm pretty sure. They're not insane enough to run Crockett. She'd get her shit kicked in because she's retarded and people default to hating niggas due to fatigue. Yeah, right. But if they don't run her, she's out either way. So maybe she goes to The View or something like that. But either way, she's gone. She's getting redistricted away. There's also Allred, the respectable farm equipment. There's also another guy. I can't remember his name, but he's like an up and coming. I think he's a white guy who maybe white or like white Hispanic. I can't remember his name, but he's one of these. He's got a background very similar to Obama, and it looks like they're grooming him to be one of these sort of like good old boy Democrats coming out of Texas. But I can't remember his name. I'll see if I can find something and talk about him in the future. Okay, so here is something from Mike Benz. I've got 3 tabs left. One of these is a video from Mike Benz talking about the Rockefeller Foundation and Mr. Beast. And then I've got Marco Rubio's death blow to the NGOs. And then we're going to wrap with the new NATSEC strategy of the United States. The national security, the NATSEC strategy of the United States. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself there. But first of all, let's do this Mike Benz thing. So, the absolute state of my robber barons foundations, boys. The absolute state of them.
Which starts off by saying we don't even need a CIA director this year because we've got the National Endowment for Democracy. Damn, I'm good. Trouble. It would be terrible. This is the founding co-director, Carl Gershman, founding co-president of the National Endowment for Democracy, which we will be covering at length later in this, as we seem to always do. Every stream seems to get into the National Endowment for Democracy. It would be terrible for Democrat groups around the world to be seen as subsidized by the CIA. We saw that in the 60s, and that's why it's been discontinued. We have not had the capability of doing this, and that's why the endowment was created. To subsidize the groups that the CIA got in trouble for subsidizing in the 1960s.
That's the stated purpose of the National Endowment for Democracy, the NED. The purpose of it is, well, the CIA got in trouble when they did all this stuff, so we're going to create this formal official organization that can fund and subsidize all of these things on behalf of the CIA, so it's not the CIA doing it.
Before grants are made, all the grants are sent through the State Department to the CIA. We're going to get to this NED CIA stuff in even deeper detail. I don't want to get too far afield on that. Listed right alongside the National Endowment for Democracy is the Rockefeller Foundation-funded Atlanta Council. Alan Weinstein is just one of many operatives who've prepared the way for the political miracles of the past 2 years, taking down the Soviet Union through internal coups in Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, Czechoslovakia. George Soros and the Soros Foundation, the Open Society Foundation, and the Atlanta Council. So even in 1986. So one of the top funders of the Atlanta Council is the hellspawn of John D. Rockefeller and the octopus of Standard Oil, who sponsors the Atlanta Council alongside the Pentagon and the State Department, over $1 million a year to the Atlanta Council. Well, who else is the Rockefeller Foundation sponsoring besides NATO's civil society action arm with 7 CIA directors on their board, annual for the Pentagon? Well, turns out they are actually now partnered with Mr. Beast. And who is the Rockefeller Foundation run by?
Wait for it.
Who is the one who is giving over $1 million a year to the Atlanta Council? Who is funding the CIA pass-through vehicle? The CIA and NATO pass-through vehicle? Who's running the Rockefeller Foundation?
Wait for it. Still gotta wait.
Oh, Google says I originated the term. Oh, wow.
USAID Truman Show.
An interview hosted by Trump Jr. Okay, interesting. This is
Dr. Raj Shah.
Good morning, bastards.
Indians. This is the head of the Rockefeller Foundation, one of the top funders of the Atlantic Council.
Look what they did. Look what they have done to the legacy of the great American, the great robber baron. Look at the absolute humiliation.
Running the foundation arm of John D. Rockefeller. What was he doing? How does one qualify to run the Rockefeller Foundation? And how many? Let's look at the Rockefeller Foundation. Let's do influence watch. How many billions in assets do they have? Okay. $4 billion as of 2014. Yes, this was the vehicle for Standard Oil billionaire John D. Rockefeller. Is that true? Is it?
Damn, he died. He's 98. Wow.
Let's see if there are more updated numbers here.
It was 1839 to 1937. That was the born and died for John D. Rockefeller. Think about the things that he saw in his life. Holy shit.
$6 billion endowment. Well, how does one run the $6 billion influence fund? 30th largest foundation globally by endowment. Well, let's see. In 2009, Dr. Raj Shah was appointed the head of USAID by Barack Obama. The number one head. He was the Samantha Power of the Obama administration.
Look at this. He led the U.S. response to the Haiti earthquake and the West African Ebola pandemic, served on the National Security Council, and elevated the role of development as part of a bipartisan foreign policy. He previously served at the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Before that, he was at the Gates Foundation. So you go from the Gates Foundation to USAID.
So he led the U.S. response to the Haiti earthquake and also worked at the Gates Foundation.
To running the Rockefeller Foundation. So that is who the number one head of USAID.
Justine!
Give Matt to $500 for his birthday.
Oh, where's Justine? Oh yeah, can we get to $500 for my birthday? We're at $472.88. Just a wee little $27.12.
Here's Dr. Raj Shah's Twitter. The head of USAID for Barack Obama, who completely friggin' just bastardized USAID, which was already a bastard fucking child, bastardized it beyond all belief. The head of it, that asshole, is now partnered. If any of you have kids and you're watching Mr. Beast videos, get them the fuck out. Proud to announce our partnership with Beast Philanthropy.
Showing Mr. Beast videos to your children ought to be justification for losing your children. That's child abuse.
So, Mr. Beast, who is now probably a billionaire, what's Mr. Beast's net worth with these insane friggin' videos? Mr. Beast's net worth.
Creepiest smile in the world.
$5 billion valuation of his company. $5 billion, and his net worth is estimated to be $2.6 billion.
Mr. Beast is worth $2.6 billion. Okay, I'm black-pilled. Sorry, guys. That's it. I accept the black pill fully. It's all over.
Let's see. He finally revealed his net worth. Okay. Thanks for making me scroll for it. Where's the money, Lebowski?
Slop! What do you say? His videos have been watched jaw-dropping 92 billion times. Added to this, recent funding discussion suggested the 27-year-old company could be worth a bank-busting $5 billion.
Okay, the company. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Finally.
Hold on, what did that say? He's not skimming well enough. The content creator admitted, in my actual bank account, I have less than $1 million. I pay myself a little bit, but I also have some assistance and things like that, so I try to pay myself what I would spend personally a month just to stay even. He owns assets that's worth $1 billion, but he doesn't have $1 billion in his bank account.
Okay. Well, thank you. Finally reveals net worth, doesn't say what it is. All right. But he's reported to be worth $2.6 billion now. And for folks who don't know the kind of utter brain rot that this is, this beast shit.
Truly beast shit. Yeah, Camo Aquaticus. It's called we do a little proscription. Proscription, the Romans called it. Incredible idea. Yes. Bring back proscription.
Let's just watch some classic Mr. Beast.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Love me some classic.
Here's what he posted 12 hours ago. Already has 2.8 million views in 12 hours. Let's watch this brain rot. This is who the Rockefeller Foundation, working with the CIA since 1950, run by Obama's head of USAID. With 500 million YouTube subscribers. Let's see, how do you get worth $2.6 billion? What kind of content do you need to produce to be the king of YouTube? Let's watch a minute of this. Let's see if we can last 1 minute in the brain rot, brain cancer, digitally downloaded onto your cranium via YouTube.
Don't do it.
Let's just see if can we last 1 minute? Mr. Beast challenge, Mr. Ben's challenge. Can you last 1 minute watching a Mr. Beast video? All right, we're at 0. Let's go.
I gathered the biggest Minecraft YouTubers on the planet to simulate.
I'm already out. I'm out. Bounce rate immediately. Holy shit. Something in my brain makes me go, oh, no. It's a trap. Don't like this. I already don't like it. But I know that if there's any part of me that could like this, that I've fucked up as a human being.
So true.
I've lost the path. If even as a guilty pleasure, I could find some dopaminergic innervation as a result of this. We're 3 seconds in. I've already felt like my brain has been hit by a truck. But we're going to do this, okay? Because you have to understand what the Rockefeller Foundation, the CIA Civil Society Front, it's not really a front. It has its own independent. This is one of these things. I would not call the Rockefeller Foundation a CIA front. It is a partner. It works with the CIA the same way Jeffrey Epstein does. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein worked for the CIA. I think he worked with the CIA when it suited his own interests as well. The CIA needs to do a covert arms sale in Africa, and they need a bunch of co-investors to help capacity build the network or to help build an infrastructure project that they're going to use to redirect funds in the area, blah, blah, blah. Hey, friend of the station, who's in network? That's when you make a call to the former USA director you were just working with in the government at the Rockefeller Foundation, and you make a call to your private financier friends like Jeffrey Epstein. All right, let's see. What are they doing now? What's the Rockefeller Foundation partnering with now? Okay, we're going to do 1 minute. I'm not going to say anything. 1 minute, let's go.
I gathered the biggest Minecraft YouTubers on the planet to simulate Hunger Games and Minecraft, and whoever is the last player standing gets to put whatever they want on a billboard in Times Square. Start the Hunger Games!
Guys, we need to loot. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay, what's in the middle? There's a chest right here.
Let's go, bro! Come here, guys!
Oh! I will not be the first to. Oh! I'm loaded.
Yo! Let's go!
Yo, Skeppy!
Yo, I need that.
Oh my god, PvP's already on!
Oh! Fight! I killed him! Slaughter each other!
Come here, bro.
Chill! GG. That's how you do it! Guys, it's on you!
Run!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they're just gonna die. Without a doubt.
Oh my god, dude. Let's go!
Here we go. Oh, we got a chest. Gobbling that. There's so many people.
Let's just keep going. We'll chill out a little bit and try not to get in trouble.
Okay, all right. We made it 1 minute into a 24-minute video. And this is, I'm sure this thing is, okay. This thing already has 3 million views in just 12 hours. In 12 hours, this thing has 3 million views. Because this is what YouTube is like completely recommend. This is Mr. Beast Gaming. This isn't even his main channel.
Yeah.
This isn't even his main friggin' channel. He's got a second channel with 50 million. That's just for games. His main channel,
453 million subscribers.
60 million views, 70, 80 million views, 117 million views, 131 million views, 50 million views, 100 million views, 173 million views, 130 million views, 130. Everything that he puts up gets 130 views. 80 million views, 130 million views, 192 million views, 213 million views, 150 million views, 154 million views, 121 million views, 194 million views. He averages 150 million views with this brain rot, digital brain cancer. But it's the most popular content on the entire internet.
I can almost guarantee you that those view counts do not correspond to actual people. I guarantee you Mr. Beast is I mean, he's definitely very, very popular, but I guarantee you his views are botted to hell and back. It is I'll bet you he's getting maybe 20 million original views. But there's utility in botting something like this, because the more views that it gets, the more people will actually go watch it. There's a lot of people who will watch it because it has so many views. Yeah, there's lots of SARS in there too. Yeah. I will redeem.
Because of that, Mr. Beast can influence hearts and minds. And because of that, Mr. Beast can be morphed, molded, shaped into a finely tuned instrument of statecraft.
Mr. Beast, you might say, was capacity built. His YouTube channel was capacity built, precisely to be used as a tool of statecraft. Now, Marco Rubio announces a new Trump administration policy. Listen to this.
The United States has spent billions of dollars over the years in helping with health strategies all across the world. What we learned over time, and especially after coming here, is that oftentimes, and I'm oversimplifying it, but this is an accurate description, what would happen is we would go to a country and say, we're going to help you with your health care needs. Then we would drive over to Northern Virginia somewhere, find an NGO, one of these organizations, give them all the money, tell them go to this country and do their health care program for them. That NGO would then take about some percentage of that money for their overhead and administrative costs. And by the time it got down to it, the host country had very little influence. It was sort of imposed on them. And only a percentage of the overall money ever actually reached the patients and the people on the ground that we were trying to help because of these costs. This makes no sense. So why are we hiring American and international NGOs to go into other countries and run healthcare systems that are parallel and sometimes in conflict with the healthcare systems of the host country? If we're trying to help countries, help the country. Don't help the NGO to go in and find a new line of business. And so that's what the model that we're breaking. We're not doing this anymore. We are not going to spend billions of dollars funding the NGO industrial complex while close and important partners like Kenya either have no role to play or have very little influence over how healthcare money is being spent. Bottom line is, if you want to help a country, work with that country.
This is big. This is a major, major move. Now, the smooth brains, well, like if you scroll down through the comments here, these are all, it's just total cancer in the comments. No foreign aid. Don't give foreign aid to anybody. Just cut off all foreign aid. End foreign aid tomorrow. It's like people have no clue. Just have no clue what we're up against. It is politically a total political non-starter to just end foreign aid. It's not going to happen. Frankly, U.S. foreign aid is such a major part of the global economy that just suddenly just cutting off foreign aid would probably cause a major economic crisis all around the world. However, you know what is possible? It is possible to cut the NGOs out of it. To just cut them out directly, particularly after the passage of the Genius Act. I'm sure that you're going to get as part of these negotiations, trade negotiations, if you want foreign aid, you could get that foreign aid in the form of like buying Tether. You could just buy the stablecoins directly yourself as a foreign government, and you get that aid. We'll negotiate this so that you will work something out where you acquire the stablecoins to use for the aid purposes that go directly to that government. Yeah, of course it's going to be corrupt and all this sort of stuff, but you're not funding this side network, as he calls it, the NGO industrial complex. You get a lot more direct control over it, a lot clearer money flows, and you're not creating these opportunities for this parallel economy to siphon off their huge cut of it and invest it in their own, let's call it parallel infrastructure. That's an interesting point. Mr. Stu says doing that relaxes the IMF, forcing countries to buy SDRs. That's a very good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so this is a shot at the IMF as well. Interesting. Replaces. Okay, yeah, replaces. Yeah. Slutty Mook says, assume you have to give foreign aid. Would you rather delegate its disbursement and control to your enemies or control it yourself? Exactly. This would help scale it down since more reaches the country and we can oversee it better, which means fewer dollars accomplishes whatever the purported goal it is. Yes. And this is the sort of thing that you actually can get done politically, if for no other reason than because it's kind of dry. And you can get a little bit of like, what do you call it? What's the term where you, where you're like, you're sort of like concerned trolling, like you're cooperating, but you're doing it malicious compliance. You get a little kind of like malicious compliance. Like, no, we are still giving foreign aid. In fact, we're ensuring that the foreign aid goes directly to the people who need it. This is a much purer form of foreign aid, which is obviously sidelining and bankrupting this dark underbelly of the old imperial structure. So this segues us directly into this massive document. Yeah, I want foreign aid, take our illegals. Yes, there you go. Yeah, we're not funneling it through some NGO. We'll give it to you directly. You could get it directly and, you could do your warlords buying Lambos or whatever. You could do that thing directly if you want. You're also going to have to take all of our illegals. The National Security Strategy of the United States of America as of November 2025. This is directly from whitehouse.gov. Got the presidential seal on it and everything. My fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster. After 4 years of weakness, extremism, and deadly failures, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad and bring peace and stability to our world. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. Starting on my first day in office, we restored the sovereign borders of the United States and deployed the U.S. military to stop the invasion of our country. We got radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of our armed forces and began strengthening our military with $1 trillion of investment. We rebuilt our alliances and got our allies to contribute more to our common defense, including a historic commitment from NATO countries to raise defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP. We unleashed American energy production to reclaim our independence and imposed historic tariffs to bring critical industries back home. In Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. I declared the drug cartels and savage foreign gangs operating in our region as foreign terrorist organizations, and over the course of just 8 months, we settled 8 raging conflicts, including between Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and ending the war in Gaza with all living hostages returned to their families. America is strong and respected again, and because of this, we are making peace all over the world. In everything we do, we are putting America first. What follows is a national security strategy to describe and build upon the extraordinary strides we have made. This document is a roadmap to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history and the home of freedom on earth. In the years ahead, we will continue to develop every dimension of our national strength, and we will make America safer, richer, freer, greater, and more powerful than ever before. The greatest signature of all time, President Donald J. Trump. And here we go. Here's your table of contents.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
The bot took one. Thank you, Bobby Ballbags, for the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Congratulations to the Streamlabs bot, Spud Ruckus, Chimp Choker, Josh Ham, and Raymond Harmon. Thank you. Bobby Ballbags, you patriot. Appreciate you supporting the show that way. I saw earlier, I just remembered, I saw earlier that looked like Cheeky was fighting with the Streamlabs link again. Yeah, if the Streamlabs thing isn't cooperating for you, you can also use Venmo and Cash App. Those will both, they both go directly in my bank account. So at KingPilled on Venmo and Cash App. And also buy me a coffee. There's another option as well. So that's some of the tax-free tips. Introduction. What is American strategy? First, how American strategy went astray. To ensure that America remains the world's strongest, richest, most powerful, and most successful country for decades to come, our country needs a coherent, focused strategy for how we interact with the world. And to get that right, all Americans need to know what exactly it is we are trying to do and why. A strategy is a concrete, realistic plan that explains the essential connection between ends and means. It begins from an accurate assessment of what is desired and what tools are available or can realistically be created to achieve the desired outcomes. A strategy must evaluate, sort, and prioritize. Not every country, region, issue, or cause, however worthy, can be the focus of American strategy. The purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. That is the sole focus of this strategy. American strategies since the end of the Cold War have fallen short. They have been laundry lists of wishes or desired end states, have not clearly defined what we want, but instead stated vague platitudes, and have often misjudged what we should want. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interests of our country. Yet, the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. Our elites badly miscalculated America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens to which the American people saw no connection to the national interest. They overestimated America's ability to fund, simultaneously, a massive welfare regulatory administrative state alongside a massive military, diplomatic, intelligence, and foreign aid complex. They placed hugely misguided and destructive bets on globalism and so-called free trade that hollowed out the very middle class and industrial base on which American economic and military preeminence depend. They allowed allies and partners to offload the cost of their defense onto the American people, and sometimes to suck us into conflicts and controversies central to their interests, but peripheral or irrelevant to our own. And they lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which are driven by outright anti-Americanism and many by a transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. In sum, not only did our elites pursue a fundamentally undesirable and impossible goal, in doing so they undermined the very means necessary to achieve that goal, the character of our nation, upon which its power, wealth, and decency were built. This is a comprehensive repudiation of globalism. Just directly, broadsides across the entire side of globalism. Number 2, President Trump's necessary, welcome correction. None of this was inevitable. President Trump's first administration proved that with the right leadership making the right choices, all of the above could and should have been avoided, and much else achieved. Yeah, not only was there bad stuff that could have been avoided, but there's now an opportunity cost to that. Now there's lots of good stuff that was not achieved, that's left us even further behind the 8 ball. He and his team successfully marshaled America's great strengths to correct course and began ushering in a new golden age for our country. To continue the United States on that path is the overarching purpose of President Trump's second administration and of this document. The questions before us now are, 1, what should the United States want? 2, what are our available means to get it? And 3, how can we connect ends and means into a viable national security strategy? What should the United States want? First, what do we want overall? First and foremost, we want the continued survival and safety of the United States as an independent sovereign republic whose government secures the God-given natural rights of its citizens and prioritizes their well-being and interests. We want to protect this country, its people, its territory, its economy, and its way of life from military attack and hostile foreign influence, whether espionage, predatory trade practices, drug and human trafficking, destructive propaganda and influence operations, cultural subversion, or any other threat to our nation. We want full control over our borders, over our immigration system, and over transportation networks through which people come into our country, legally and illegally. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries work together to stop rather than facilitate destabilizing population flows, and have full control over whom they do and do not admit. We want a resilient national infrastructure that can withstand natural disasters, resist and thwart foreign threats, and prevent or mitigate any events that might harm the American people or disrupt the American economy. No adversary or danger should be able to hold America at risk. We want to recruit, train, equip, and field the world's most powerful, lethal, and technologically advanced military to protect our interests, deter wars, and, if necessary, win them quickly and decisively, with the lowest possible casualties to our forces. And we want a military in which every single service member is proud of their country and confident in their mission. We want the world's most robust, credible, and modern nuclear deterrent, plus next-generation missile defenses, including a golden dome for the American homeland, to protect the American people, American assets overseas, and American allies. We want the world's strongest, most dynamic, most innovative, and most advanced economy. The U.S. economy is the bedrock of the American way of life, which promises and delivers widespread and broad-based prosperity, creates upward mobility, and rewards hard work. Our economy is also the bedrock of our global position and the necessary foundation of our military. We want the world's most robust industrial base. American national power depends on a strong industrial sector capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. That requires not only direct defense industrial production capacity, but also defense-related production capacity. Cultivating American industrial strength must become the highest priority of national economic policy. We want the world's most robust, productive, and innovative energy sector, one capable not just of fueling American economic growth, but of being one of America's leading export industries in its own right. We want to remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country, and to build on these strengths. And we want to protect our intellectual property from foreign theft. America's pioneering spirit is a key pillar of our continued economic dominance and military superiority. It must be preserved. We want to maintain the United States' unrivaled soft power, through which we exercise positive influence throughout the world that furthers our interests. In doing so, we will be unapologetic about our country's past and present, while respectful of other countries' differing religions, cultures, and governing systems. Soft power that serves America's true national interest is effective only if we believe in our country's inherent greatness and decency. Finally, we want the restoration and reinvigoration of American spiritual and cultural health, without which long-term security is impossible. We want an America that cherishes its past glories and its heroes, and that looks forward to a new golden age. We want a people who are proud, happy, and optimistic that they will leave their country to the next generation better than they found it. We want a gainfully employed citizenry, with no one sitting on the sidelines, who take satisfaction from knowing that their work is essential to the prosperity of our nation and to the well-being of individuals and families. This cannot be accomplished without growing numbers of strong traditional families that raise healthy children. What do we want in and from the world? Achieving these goals requires marshaling every resource of our national power. Yet this strategy's focus is foreign policy. What are America's core foreign policy interests? What do we want in and from the world? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well-governed enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorists, cartels, and other transnational criminal organizations. We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets, and that supports critical supply chains. And we want to ensure our continued success to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open, preserving freedom of navigation in all crucial sea lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical materials. We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. Let me just read that one more time. We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. They're saying that Europe has lost their civilizational self-confidence and their Western identity. Yes, save the white man. We're quite literally getting 14 words from the Trump admin. Yes, Zoomer Dillon. We want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies, and the choke points through which they pass, while avoiding the forever wars that bogged us down in that region at great cost. And we want to ensure that U.S. technology and U.S. standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. These are the United States' core, vital national interests. While we also have others, these are the interests we must focus on above all others, and that we ignore or neglect at our peril. What are America's available means to get what we want? America retains the world's most enviable position, with world-leading assets, resources, and advantages, including a still nimble political system that can course correct, the world's single largest and most innovative economy, which both generates wealth we can invest in strategic interests and provides leverage over countries that want access to our markets. The world's leading financial system and capital markets, including the dollar's global reserve currency status. The world's most advanced, most innovative, and most profitable technology sector, which undergirds our economy, provides a qualitative edge to our military, and strengthens our global influence. The world's most powerful and capable military. A broad network of alliances with treaty allies and partners in the world's most strategically important regions. An enviable geography with abundant natural resources, no competing powers physically dominant in our hemisphere, borders at no risk of military invasion, and other great powers separated by vast oceans. Unmatched soft power and cultural influence, and the courage, willpower, and patriotism of the American people. This frickin' document sounds like it was written by someone who's been listening to the ASTROLABE. My fucking president! In addition, through President Trump's robust domestic agenda, the United States is reinstilling a culture of competence, rooting out so-called DEI and other discriminatory and anti-competitive practices that degrade our institutions and hold us back. We're unleashing our enormous energy production capacity as a strategic priority to fuel growth and innovation and to bolster and rebuild the middle class, reindustrializing our economy, again to further support the middle class and control our own supply chains and production capacities, returning economic freedom to our citizens via historic tax cuts and deregulatory efforts, making the United States the premier place to do business and invest capital, and investing in emerging technologies and basic science to ensure our continued prosperity, competitive advantage, and military dominance for future generations. The goal of this strategy is to tie together all of these world-leading assets and others to strengthen American power and preeminence and make our country even greater than it ever has been. You want to talk to me about debt? Look at this balance sheet right here and get back to me. The strategy. 1. Principles. President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, and restrained without being dovish. It is not grounded in traditional political ideology. It is motivated above all by what works for America. Or, in 2 words, America first. President Trump has cemented his legacy as the president of peace. In addition to the remarkable success achieved during his first term with the historic Abraham Accords, President Trump has leveraged his deal-making ability to secure unprecedented peace in 8 conflicts throughout the world over the course of just 8 months of his second term. He negotiated peace between Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and ended the war in Gaza with all living hostages returned to their families. Stopping regional conflicts before they spiral into global wars that drag down whole continents is worthy of the commander-in-chief's attention and a priority for this administration. This is something that a lot of the there's too much foreign policy stuff. A lot of people don't get is that these regional conflicts are absolutely something that the fucking U.S. president has to pay attention to. It's like, oh, just ignore all that stuff and just focus on the homeland. That stuff is going to be the problem of the homeland. That's what happens when you have a globalized world. The U.S. president, the office of the U.S. president is the most important diplomatic office in the world. It just is. You can complain about that all you want, but it's true. A world on fire where wars come to our shores is bad for American interests. President Trump uses unconventional diplomacy, America's military might, and economic leverage to surgically extinguish embers of division between nuclear-capable nations and violent wars caused by centuries-long hatred. President Trump has proven that American foreign, defense, and intelligence policies must be driven by the following basic principles. Focused definition of the national interest. Since at least the end of the Cold War, administrations have often published national security strategies that seek to expand the definition of America's national interest, such that almost no issue or endeavor is considered outside its scope. But to focus on everything is to focus on nothing. America's core national security interests shall be our focus. This is one of the greatest, political declarations of purpose that I've ever read. This is tremendous. Never in my life did I expect to see something like this posted on fucking whitehouse.gov. To focus on everything is to focus on nothing. So true. Peace through strength. Strength is the best deterrent. Countries or other actors sufficiently deterred from threatening American interests will not do so. In addition, strength can enable us to achieve peace, because parties that respect our strength often seek our help and are receptive to our efforts to resolve conflicts and maintain peace. Therefore, the United States must maintain the strongest economy, develop the most advanced technologies, bolster our society's cultural health, and field the world's most capable military. In other words, in order to maintain this peace through strength posture, we must be strong. So strengthening the economy, developing the most advanced technologies, bolstering our society's cultural health, and fielding the world's most capable military are prerequisites for executing peace through strength. Predisposition to non-interventionism. In the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-interventionism in the affairs of other nations and made clear the basis. Just as all human beings possess God-given equal natural rights, all nations are entitled by the laws of nature and nature's God to a separate and equal station with respect to one another. For a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Yet this predisposition should set a high bar for what constitutes a justified intervention. Flexible realism. U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with the nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs widely from their traditions and histories. We recognize and affirm that there is nothing inconsistent or hypocritical in acting according to such a realistic assessment, or in maintaining good relations with countries whose governing systems and societies differ from ours, even as we push like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms, furthering our interests as we do so. In other words, if North Korea has the North Korean system of government, we can maintain good relations with them while also exhorting the Western democracies in Europe to get their shit together. Primacy of nations. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state. It is natural and just that all nations put their interests first and guard their sovereignty. The world works best when nations prioritize their interests. The United States will put our own interests first, and in our relations with other nations, encourage them to prioritize their own interests as well. We stand for the sovereign rights of nations, against the sovereignty-sapping incursions of the most intrusive transnational organizations, and for reforming those institutions so that they assist rather than hinder individual sovereignty and further American interests. You can make a nice list of the most intrusive transnational organizations and their sovereignty-sapping incursions. And every single one of them is going to reduce back to some remnant of the British Empire. Yeah, straight up telling globalists to go fuck themselves with the wire brush. That's exactly what it is. Sovereignty and respect. The United States will unapologetically protect our own sovereignty. This includes preventing its erosion by transnational and international organizations, attempts by foreign powers or entities to censor our discourse or curtail our citizens' free speech rights, lobbying and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts. Isn't that interesting? Lobbying and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts. Huh. And the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build up voting blocs loyal to foreign interests within our country. Huh. The United States will chart our own course in the world and determine our own destiny, free of outside interference. Balance of power. The United States cannot allow any nation to become so dominant that it could threaten our interests. We will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balances of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. As the United States rejects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself, we must prevent the global, and in some cases even regional, domination of others. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. The outsized influence of larger, richer, and stronger nations is a timeless truth of international relations. This reality sometimes entails working with partners to thwart ambitions that threaten our joint interests. In other words, we're the most powerful and you can suck it. As long as you recognize and respect that and engage with us on respectful terms, then we'll do the same for you. If you won't do that, then you're going to feel just how globally dominant we can be. Pro-American worker. American policy will be pro-worker, not merely pro-growth, and it will prioritize our own workers. We must rebuild an economy in which prosperity is broadly based and widely shared, not concentrated at the top or localized in certain industries or a few parts of our country. Yeah, the American Worker Party, right? My president is pro-labor. Fairness. From military alliances to trade relations and beyond, the United States will insist on being treated fairly by other countries. We will no longer tolerate and can no longer afford free riding, trade imbalances, predatory economic practices, and other impositions on our nation's historic goodwill that disadvantage our interests. As we want our allies to be rich and capable, so must our allies see that it is in their interest that the United States also remain rich and capable. In particular, we expect our allies to spend far more of their national gross domestic product on their own defense, to start to make up for the enormous imbalances accrued over decades of much greater spending by the United States. Competence and merit. American prosperity and security depend on the development and promotion of competence. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilizational advantages. Where the best Americans are hired, promoted, and honored, innovation and prosperity follow. Imagine writing that sentence. Competence and merit are among our great civilizational advantages. Ha ha! Should competence be destroyed or systematically discouraged, complex systems that we take for granted, from infrastructure to national security to education and research, will cease to function. Should merit be smothered, America's historic advantages in science, technology, industry, defense, and innovation will evaporate. The success of radical ideologies that seek to replace competence and merit with favored group status would render America unrecognizable and unable to defend itself. At the same time, we cannot allow meritocracy to be used as a justification to open America's labor market to the world in the name of finding global talent that undercuts American workers. In our every principle and action, America and Americans must always come first. How many of these fucking doomsburgs aren't even going to bother paying any attention to this? Oh, it's just words. All right, bro. Enjoy the taste of your own boogers. Number 2, priorities. The era of mass migration is over. Who a country admits into its borders, in what numbers, and from where, will inevitably define the future of that nation. Any country that considers itself sovereign has the right and duty to define its future. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizenship only rarely to foreigners, who also had to meet demanding criteria. The West's experience over the past decades vindicates this enduring wisdom. In countries throughout the world, mass migration has strained domestic resources, increased violence and other crime, weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. The era of mass migration must end. Border security is the primary element of national security. I can hear, I'm reading this in Stephen Miller's voice. I can just hear it. We must protect our country from invasion, not just from unchecked migration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage, and human trafficking. A border controlled by the will of the American people as implemented by their government is fundamental to the survival of the United States as a sovereign republic. Protection of core rights and liberties. The purpose of the American government is to secure the God-given natural rights of American citizens. To this end, departments and agencies of the United States government have been granted fearsome powers. Those powers must never be abused, whether under the guise of de-radicalization, protecting our democracy, or any other pretext. When and where those powers are abused, abusers must be held accountable. In particular, the rights of free speech, freedom of religion and of conscience, and the right to choose and steer our common government are core rights that must never be infringed. Regarding countries that share or say they share these principles, the United States will advocate strongly that they be upheld in letter and spirit. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, especially among our allies. Regarding countries that share or say they share, more just straight sniper shots at the European leadership. elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world. Oh! Burden sharing and burden shifting. The days of the United States propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. President Trump has set a new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP on defense, and which our NATO allies have endorsed and must now meet. Continuing President Trump's approach of asking allies to assume primary responsibility for their regions, the United States will organize a burden-sharing network, with our government as convener and supporter. This approach ensures that burdens are shared and that all such efforts benefit from broader legitimacy. The model will be targeted partnerships that use economic tools to align incentives. If you guys have been listening to Susan Kokenda, this is like straight out of her mouth. What was that? Let me just read this one more time. The model will be targeted partnerships that use economic tools to align incentives, share burdens with like-minded allies, and insist on reforms that anchor long-term stability. These are not parasitic, neo-colonial, extractive relationships. They're joint venture relationships. This strategic clarity will allow the United States to counter hostile and subversive influences efficiently while avoiding the overextension and diffuse focus that undermine past efforts. The United States will stand ready to help, potentially through more favorable treatment on commercial matters, technology sharing, and defense procurement, those countries that willingly take more responsibility for security in their neighborhoods and align their export controls with ours. They're telling you exactly how the game is going to work here. This is Scott Bessent's red, yellow, green structure that Stephen Mirren also wrote about in his Mar-a-Lago Accords paper. There's going to be a cost-sharing network established, and we're very happy to help you with favorable treatment on commercial matters, technology sharing, and defense procurement if you're gonna pull your own weight. If you're not, you're going to get blocked out. You're not going to get to be a part of the cool kids club. We're not going to come invade you. We're not going to need to. You're going to get economically crushed. You don't get to get into the nice club where everyone's partying and having fun. Realignment through peace. Seeking peace deals at the president's direction, even in regions and countries peripheral to our immediate core interests, is an effective way to increase stability, strengthen America's global influence, realign countries and regions toward our interests, and open new markets. The resources required boil down to presidential diplomacy, which our great nation can embrace only with competent leadership. In other words, can't have any retarded presidents. The dividends, an end to long-standing conflicts, lives saved, new friends made, can vastly outweigh the relatively minor costs of time and attention. Economic security. Finally, because economic security is fundamental to national security, we will work to further strengthen the American economy, with emphases on balanced trade. The United States will prioritize rebalancing our trade relations, reducing trade deficits, opposing barriers to our exports, and ending dumping and other anti-competitive practices that hurt American industries and workers. We seek fair reciprocal trade deals with nations that want to trade with us on a basis of mutual benefit and respect. But our priorities must and will be our own workers, our own industries, and our own national security. Securing access to critical supply chains and materials. As Alexander Hamilton argued in our republic's earliest days, the United States must never be dependent on any outside power for core components, from raw materials to parts to finished products, necessary to the nation's defense or economy. We must resecure our own independent and reliable access to the goods we need to defend ourselves and preserve our way of life. This will require expanding American access to critical minerals and materials while countering predatory economic practices. Moreover, the intelligence community will monitor key supply chains and technological advances around the world to ensure we understand and mitigate vulnerabilities and threats to American security and prosperity. Yeah, my brain did the same thing, Slutty Milk. We must resecure a future for the existence of, yes, reindustrialization. The future belongs to makers. Let that sink in. Your president is telling you. The future belongs to makers. You better be making shit. The United States will reindustrialize its economy, reshore industrial production, and encourage and attract investment in our economy and our workforce, with a focus on the critical and emerging technology sectors that will define the future. We will do so through the strategic use of tariffs and new technologies that favor widespread industrial production in every corner of our nation, raise living standards for American workers, and ensure that our country is never again reliant on any adversary, present or potential, for critical products or components. Once again, it is an explicit policy of the Trump administration to raise living standards for American workers. And also, this is interesting, new technologies that favor widespread industrial production in every corner of our nation. Interesting. Maybe like small modular nuclear reactors, robotics, Bitcoin. Reviving our defense industrial base. A strong, capable military cannot exist without a strong, capable defense industrial base. The huge gap demonstrated in recent conflicts between low-cost drones and missiles versus the expensive systems required to defend against them has laid bare our need to change and adapt. America requires a national mobilization to innovate powerful defenses at low cost, to produce the most capable and modern systems and munitions at scale, and to reshore our defense industrial supply chains. In particular, we must provide our warfighters with the full range of capabilities, ranging from low-cost weapons that can defeat most adversaries, up to the most capable high-end systems necessary for a conflict with a sophisticated enemy. And to realize President Trump's vision of peace through strength, we must do so quickly. We will also encourage the revitalization of the industrial bases of all of our allies and partners to strengthen collective defense. Energy dominance. Restoring American energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear, and reshoring the necessary key energy components is a top strategic priority. Cheap and abundant energy will produce well-paying jobs in the United States, reduce costs for American consumers and businesses, fuel reindustrialization, and help maintain our advantage in cutting-edge technologies such as AI. Expanding our net energy exports will also deepen relationships with allies while curtailing the influence of adversaries, protect our ability to defend our shores, and, when and where necessary, enables us to project power. We reject the disastrous climate change and net zero ideologies that have so greatly harmed Europe, threaten the United States, and subsidize our adversaries. Preserving and growing America's financial sector dominance. The United States boasts the world's leading financial and capital markets, which are pillars of American influence that afford policymakers significant leverage and tools to advance America's national security priorities. But our leadership position cannot be taken for granted. Preserving and growing our dominance entails leveraging our dynamic free market system and our leadership in digital finance and innovation to ensure that our markets continue to be the most dynamic, liquid, and secure and remain the envy of the world. In other words, free market system internally, protectionism externally. You might call it like, sort of like a socialized nationalism of sorts. The regions. It has become customary for documents such as this to mention every part of the world and issue, on the assumption that any oversight signifies a blind spot or a snub. As a result, such documents become bloated and unfocused, the opposite of what a strategy should be. To focus and prioritize is to choose, to acknowledge that not everything matters equally to everyone. It is not to assert that any peoples, regions, or countries are somehow intrinsically unimportant. The United States is, by every measure, the most generous nation in history. Yet we cannot afford to be equally attentive to every region and every problem in the world. The purpose of national security policy is the protection of core national interests. Some priorities transcend regional confines. For instance, terrorist activity in an otherwise less consequential area might force our urgent attention. But leaping from that necessity to sustained attention to the periphery is a mistake. Western Hemisphere, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. After years of neglect, the United States will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere, and to protect our homeland and our access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny any non-hemispheric competitors the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to own or control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. This Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is a common sense and potent restoration of American power and priorities consistent with American security interests. Interesting that it says any non-hemispheric competitors. So this is not just like current adversaries or any people we're currently engaged in hostilities with. Any non-hemispheric competitors will be denied the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to own or control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. Our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen stability and security on land and sea. We will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. Enlist. American policy should focus on enlisting regional champions that can help create tolerable stability in the region, even beyond those partners' borders. These nations would help us stop illegal and destabilizing migration, neutralize cartels, nearshore manufacturing, and develop local private economies, among other things. We will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our principles and strategy. But we must not overlook governments with different outlooks with whom we nonetheless share interests and who want to work with us. The United States must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means 4 obvious things. First, a readjustment of our global military presence to adjust urgent threats in our hemisphere, especially the missions identified in this strategy, and away from theaters whose relative import to American national security has declined in recent decades or years. Second, a more suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes, to thwart illegal and other unwanted migration, to reduce not just illegal, but other unwanted migration, to reduce human and drug trafficking and to control key transit routes in a crisis. Third, targeted deployments to secure the border and defeat cartels, including where necessary the use of lethal force to replace the failed law enforcement-only strategy of the last several decades. And fourth, establishing or expanding access in strategically important locations. Yeah, Bukele might just be one of those regional champions. He absolutely is. Yeah, like Bukele and Malay are probably the 2 that they would consider the most important regional champions right now. The United States will prioritize commercial diplomacy to strengthen our own economy and industries, using tariffs and reciprocal trade agreements as powerful tools. The goal is for our partner nations to build up their domestic economies, while an economically stronger and more sophisticated Western Hemisphere becomes an increasingly attractive market for American commerce and investment. So part of their, like a main focus of their strategy is we're going to protect our interests, but we're going to do it in such a way, we're going to do these joint ventures with our partner nations who agree to cooperate and collaborate with us, because for us, building up their domestic economies pays dividends. Then you're not destabilized and unable to control your own populations and funneling migrants into our countries. But also, the more strong and sophisticated the Western Hemisphere becomes, the better it is for American commerce and investment, for Americans who want to go out and invest elsewhere in the Western Hemisphere. Strengthening critical supply chains in this hemisphere will reduce dependencies and increase American economic resilience. The linkages created between America and our partners will benefit both sides, while making it harder for non-hemispheric competitors to increase their influence in the region. And even as we prioritize commercial diplomacy, we will work to strengthen our security partnerships, from weapon sales to intelligence sharing to joint exercises. Expand. As we deepen our partnerships with countries with whom America presently has strong relations, we must look to expand our network in the region. We want other nations to see us as their partner of first choice, and we will, through various means, discourage their collaboration with others. We're going to use various means to discourage you collaborating with others. The Western Hemisphere is home to many strategic resources that America should partner with regional allies to develop, to make neighboring countries, as well as our own, more prosperous. The National Security Council will immediately begin a robust interagency process to task agencies, supported by our intelligence community's analytical arm, to identify strategic points and resources in the Western Hemisphere with a view to their protection and joint development with regional partners. Non-hemispheric competitors have made major inroads into our hemisphere, both to disadvantage us economically in the present and in ways that may harm us strategically in the future. Allowing these incursions without serious pushback is another great American strategic mistake of recent decades. The United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity, a condition that allows us to assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to in the region. The terms of our alliances and the terms upon which we provide any kind of aid must be contingent on winding down adversarial outside influence, from control of military installations, ports, and key infrastructure to the purchase of strategic assets broadly defined. The purchase of strategic assets, such as, treasuries, stablecoins. So in other words, we will offer you fantastic terms. We are willing to be mutually invested in the building up of your economies, but only on terms that are beneficial to us. We're the big dog in the hemisphere. We get to dictate our terms. And if you don't want to play ball, you want to collaborate with hostile non-hemispheric actors, well, then we will assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to. Some foreign influence will be hard to reverse, given the political alignments between certain Latin American governments and certain foreign actors. However, many governments are not ideologically aligned with foreign powers, but are instead attracted to doing business with them for other reasons, including low costs and fewer regulatory hurdles. So there are some, they're saying that there are some who are just straight up hostile. Probably like Brazil, maybe, is just straight up hostile. Venezuela is just straight up hostile because of political alignments. But then there are others who just do business with other countries because it makes sense for them. And we're like, yeah, America's made it hard on you for a lot of different reasons. The United States has achieved success in rolling back outside influence in the Western Hemisphere by demonstrating with specificity how many hidden costs in espionage, cybersecurity, debt traps, and other ways are embedded in allegedly low-cost foreign assistance. We should accelerate these efforts, including by utilizing U.S. leverage and finance and technology to induce countries to reject such assistance. This would be targeted at both Europe and China, and probably Russia to a certain extent as well. But if you're talking about debt traps, looking at you, City of London. In the Western Hemisphere and everywhere in the world, the United States should make clear that American goods, services, and technologies are a far better buy in the long run because they are higher quality and do not come with the same kind of strings as other countries' assistance. That said, we will reform our own system to expedite approvals and licensing, again, to make ourselves the partner of first choice. So we're going to give you the carrot. We're going to give you some big carrots. If you don't want to take the big carrots, then we can beat you with them. The choice all countries should face is whether they want to live in an American-led world of sovereign countries and free economies, or in a parallel one in which they are influenced by countries on the other side of the world. What an offer! Do you want to live in an American-led world of sovereign countries and free economies? Or do you want to participate in a parallel one, collaborating with countries on the other side of the world? Every U.S. official working in or on the region must be up to speed on the full picture of detrimental outside influence, while simultaneously applying pressure and offering incentives to partner countries to protect our hemisphere. It is interesting that they're not explicitly naming any nation as some sort of enemy. Like we are open to working collaboratively with anyone. We're going to prioritize our hemisphere. We're making our purpose clear here in the hemisphere, but we're not declaring any nation out of bounds unless they go out of their way to name themselves that way. Successfully protecting our hemisphere also requires closer collaboration between the U.S. government and the American private sector. All our embassies must be aware of major business opportunities in their country, especially major government contracts. Every U.S. government official that interacts with these countries should understand that part of their job is to help American companies compete and succeed. Imagine that. Imagine a U.S. federal government that actually defends its own companies abroad. The U.S. government will identify strategic acquisition and investment opportunities for American companies in the region and present these opportunities for assessment by every U.S. government financing program, including but not limited to those within the Departments of State, War, and Energy, the Small Business Administration, the International Development Finance Corporation, the Export-Import Bank, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation. We should also partner with regional governments and businesses to build scalable and resilient energy infrastructure, invest in critical mineral access, and harden existing and future cyber communications networks that take full advantage of American encryption and security potential. The aforementioned U.S. government entities should be used to finance some of the costs of purchasing U.S. goods abroad. Interesting. The aforementioned U.S. government entities should be used to finance some of the costs of purchasing U.S. goods abroad. The United States must also resist and reverse measures such as targeted taxation, unfair regulation, and expropriation that disadvantage U.S. businesses. The terms of our agreements, especially with those countries that depend on us most, and therefore over which we have the most leverage, must be sole source contracts for our companies. At the same time, we should make every effort to push out foreign companies that build infrastructure in the region. Asia. Win the economic future, prevent military confrontation. Leading from a position of strength. President Trump single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China. Namely, that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American business to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we would facilitate China's entry into the so-called rules-based international order. This did not happen. China got rich and powerful and used its wealth and power to its considerable advantage. American elites, over 4 successive administrations of both political parties, were either willing enablers of China's strategy or in denial. The Indo-Pacific is already the source of almost half the world's GDP based on purchasing power parity, and 1/3 based on nominal GDP. That share is certain to grow over the 21st century, which means that the Indo-Pacific is already and will continue to be among the next century's key economic and geopolitical battlegrounds. To thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, and we are. President Trump signed major agreements during his October 2025 travels that further deepen our powerful ties of commerce, culture, technology, and defense, and reaffirm our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. America retains tremendous assets, the world's strongest economy and military, world-beating innovation, unrivaled soft power, and a historic record of benefiting our allies and partners that enable us to compete successfully. President Trump is building alliances and strengthening partnerships in the Indo-Pacific that will be the bedrock of security and prosperity long into the future. Economics, the ultimate stakes. Since the Chinese economy reopened to the world in 1979, commercial relations between our two countries have been and remain fundamentally unbalanced. What began as a relationship between a mature, wealthy economy and one of the world's poorest countries has transformed into one between near peers, even as, until very recently, America's posture remained rooted in those past assumptions. China adapted to the shift in U.S. tariff policy that began in 2017, in part by strengthening its hold on supply chains, especially in the world's low and middle income, i.e. per capita GDP 13,800 or less, countries, among the greatest economic battlegrounds of the coming decades. China's exports to low-income countries doubled between 2020 and 2024. The United States imports Chinese goods indirectly from middlemen and Chinese-built factories in a dozen countries, including Mexico. China's exports to low-income countries are today nearly 4 times its exports to the United States. When President Trump first took office in 2017, China's exports to the United States stood at 4% of its GDP, but have since fallen to slightly over 2% of its GDP. China continues, however, to export to the United States through other proxy countries. Going forward, we will rebalance America's economic relationship with China, prioritizing reciprocity and fairness to restore American economic independence. Trade with China should be balanced and focused on non-sensitive factors. If America remains on a growth path and can sustain that while maintaining a genuinely mutually genuinely mutually advantageous economic relationship with Beijing, we should be headed from our present $30 trillion economy in 2025 to $40 trillion in the 2030s, putting our country in an enviable position to maintain our status as the world's leading economy. Our ultimate goal is to lay the foundation for long-term economic vitality. Importantly, this must be accompanied by a robust and ongoing focus on deterrence to prevent war in the Indo-Pacific. This combined approach can become a virtuous cycle as strong American deterrence opens up space for more disciplined economic action, while more disciplined economic action leads to greater American resources to sustain deterrence in the long term. To accomplish this, several things are essential. First, the United States must protect and defend our economy and our people from harm from any country or source. This means ending, among other things, predatory state-directed subsidies and industrial strategies, unfair trading practices, job destruction and deindustrialization, grand-scale intellectual property theft and industrial espionage, threats against our supply chains that risk U.S. access to critical resources, including minerals and rare earth elements, exports of fentanyl precursors that fuel America's opioid epidemic, and propaganda, influence operations, and other forms of cultural subversion. Second, the United States must work with our treaty allies and partners, who together add another $35 trillion in economic power to our own $30 trillion national economy, together constituting more than half the world economy, to counteract predatory economic practices and use our combined economic power to help safeguard our prime position in the world economy and ensure that allied economies do not become subordinate to any competing power. We must continue to improve commercial and other relations with India to encourage New Delhi to contribute to Indo-Pacific security, including through continued quadrilateral cooperation with Australia, Japan, and the United States, the Quad. Moreover, we will also work to align the actions of our allies and partners with our joint interests in preventing domination by any single competitor nation. The United States must at the same time invest in research to preserve and advance our advantage in cutting-edge military and dual-use technology, with emphasis on the domains where U.S. advantages are strongest. These include undersea, space, and nuclear, as well as others that will decide the future of military power, such as AI, quantum computing, and autonomous systems, plus the energy necessary to fuel these domains. Additionally, the U.S. government's critical relationships with the American private sector help maintain surveillance of persistent threats to U.S. networks, including critical infrastructure. This in turn enables the U.S. government's ability to conduct real-time discovery, attribution, and response, i.e. network defense and offensive cyber operations, while protecting the competitiveness of the U.S. economy and bolstering the resilience of the American technology sector. We're going streaking through the Quad. Yeah, Aussie bros, where are my roof folk at? You guys in here? We're going to be having some World Cup soccer warfare with Australia. In addition to maintaining economic preeminence and consolidating our alliance system into an economic group, the United States must execute robust diplomatic and private sector-led economic engagement in those countries where the majority of global economic growth is likely to occur over the coming decades. America First diplomacy seeks to rebalance global trade relationships. We have made clear to our allies that America's current account deficit is unsustainable. We must encourage Europe, Japan, Korea, Australia, Canada, Mexico, and other prominent nations in adopting trade policies that help rebalance China's economy toward household consumption. Because Southeast Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East cannot alone absorb China's enormous excess capacity. The exporting nations of Europe and Asia can also look to middle-income countries as a limited but growing market for their exports. In other words, America's economy has tilted way too far in the direction of consumption, and China's economy has tilted way too far in the direction of production. So America is going to start producing more, and China needs to start consuming more. And part of the way you make China consume more is by other countries providing their production and consumption to each other, and not leaving this big void that China is just going to move into. Karate Man says, you came loaded for bear tonight, Matt. Doing my best. The headache has remained at bay, just well enough. Cheeky here is still fighting with Streamlabs. Can you use Venmo or Cash App? If Streamlabs is giving you grief, then you don't have to keep using it or keep trying to. China's state-led and state-backed companies excel in building physical and digital infrastructure, and China has recycled perhaps $1.3 trillion of its trade surpluses into loans to its trading partners. America and its allies have not yet formulated, much less executed, a joint plan for the so-called Global South, but together possess tremendous resources. Europe, Japan, South Korea, and others hold net foreign assets of $7 trillion. International financial institutions, including the multilateral development banks, possess combined assets of $1.5 trillion. While mission creep has undermined some of these institutions' effectiveness, this administration is dedicated to using its leadership position to implement reforms that ensure they serve American interests. So, China has this $1.3 trillion in trade surpluses because they produce and then don't consume, but export so much, and they take payment for all those exports and then recycle them into loans to other countries. You go back to where you're talking about predatory debt practices. So it's saying Europe, Japan, South Korea, and others have net foreign assets of $7 trillion, and the international financial institutions have combined assets of $1.5 trillion. So you guys can all start doing business with each other more and absorbing some of that so that China doesn't have the opportunity to step in and do it. What differentiates America from the rest of the world, our openness, transparency, trustworthiness, commitment to freedom and innovation, and free market capitalism, will continue to make us the global partner of first choice. America still holds the dominant position in the key technologies that the world needs. We should present partners with a suite of inducements. These are the carrots. For instance, high-tech cooperation, defense purchases, and access to our capital markets that tip decisions in our favor. We're at page 27 of 33, so we're almost done. President Trump's May 2025 state visits to Persian Gulf countries demonstrated the power and appeal of American technology. There, the president won the Gulf states' support for America's superior AI technology, deepening our partnerships. America should similarly enlist our European and Asian allies and partners, including India, to cement and improve our joint positions in the Western Hemisphere and, with regard to critical minerals, in Africa. We should form coalitions that use our comparative advantages in finance and technology to build export markets with cooperating countries. America's economic partners should no longer expect to earn income from the United States through overcapacity and structural imbalances, but instead pursue growth through managed cooperation tied to strategic alignment and by receiving long-term U.S. investment. No longer expect to earn income from the United States through overcapacity. In other words, maintaining these trade imbalances and hollowing out America's industrial base, and then basically just funneling all of that into American debt. So we need collaborative joint ventures where you, instead of suppressing your own economies to maintain these financialization schemes, you actually start growing as well. And then when you do that, when you make the good faith efforts to do that, then we can invest directly into your countries in a mutually productive way. With the world's deepest and most efficient capital markets, America can help low-income countries develop their own capital markets and bind their currencies more closely to the dollar, ensuring the dollar's future as the world's reserve currency. Our greatest advantages remain our system of government and dynamic free market economy. Yet we cannot assume that our system's advantages will prevail by default. A national security strategy is, therefore, essential. Interesting here about binding their currencies more closely to the dollar. This is one of the big things that the American stablecoins are going to do, because foreign countries, if they want to be hostile or they don't want to play ball, then they're as long as their people basically have internet access and like smartphones, then their people can just bypass their own currencies and buy stablecoins directly. And they're like, I wish a motherfucker would try to block your countries, your citizens, from doing that. You are just going to create political instability for yourselves. And if you try to do that, then you're going to get the mother of all trade blockades dropped on your head. you're not going to get favorable terms. You're not going to get access to the American market. But if you play ball, then we can work something out, currency swaps and the like, to create a mutually beneficial system here. Deterring military threats. In the long term, maintaining American economic and technological preeminence is the surest way to deter and prevent a large-scale military conflict. A favorable conventional military balance remains an essential component of strategic competition. There is, rightly, much focus on Taiwan, partly because of Taiwan's dominance of semiconductor production, but mostly because Taiwan provides direct access to the second island chain and splits Northeast and Southeast Asia into two distinct theaters. Given that 1/3 of global shipping passes annually through the South China Sea, this has major implications for the U.S. economy. Hence, deterring a conflict over Taiwan, ideally by preserving military overmatch, is a priority. So in other words, ensuring that our military is more powerful and capable than the Chinese military as the primary peace through strength sort of thing. We don't actually want to have a conflict. We will also maintain our longstanding declaratory policy on Taiwan, meaning that the United States does not support any unilateral change to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. We will build a military capable of denying aggression anywhere in the first island chain, but the American military cannot and should not have to do this alone. Our allies must step up and spend, and more importantly, do much more for collective defense. America's diplomatic efforts should focus on pressing our first island chain allies and partners to allow the U.S. military greater access to their ports and other facilities, to spend more on their own defense, and most importantly, to invest in capabilities aimed at deterring aggression. This will interlink maritime security issues along the first island chain, while reinforcing U.S. and allies' capacity to deny any attempt to seize Taiwan or achieve a balance of forces so unfavorable to us as to make defending that island impossible. You can see here the focus now. So the focus is firstly on the Western Hemisphere. It's secondly on the Indo-Pacific. And then the Atlantic, Europe, Middle East, Africa. They're also important. There's important priorities there, but the primary focuses that are getting the bulk of the time are the bulk of the time of the writing here are first and foremost the Western Hemisphere. Secondly, the Indo-Pacific. A related security challenge is the potential for any competitor to control the South China Sea. This reminds me of one of the things that Luongo has said. There's Slutty Milk with the Luongo emote. One of the things Luongo has said, where he's like, for all this time we've looked at, you look at a map of the world, and it's always got like Europe and the Middle East and Africa right in the middle, right? This is like the center of civilization. The best way to understand this going forward is to flip it around and put the Pacific Ocean in the middle. The Pacific Ocean is going to be the center of the world, with the United States on one side and China and Japan and Russia on the other side. Or you could look at it from the top down, looking at the from the Arctic, and then from the Arctic you've got the United States, China, Russia, and then a little bit of Europe, and then I guess there's Canada as well, but Canada.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
A related security challenge is the potential for any competitor to control the South China Sea. This could allow a potentially hostile power to impose a toll system over one of the world's most vital lanes of commerce, or, worse, to close and reopen it at will. Either of those two outcomes would be harmful to the U.S. economy and broader U.S. interests. Mr. Sue says, what about Antarctica? Antarctica is actually the ice wall. So, that's it's actually the ice wall that goes all the way around the disk. Strong measures must be developed along with the deterrence necessary to keep those lanes open, free of tolls, and not subject to arbitrary closure by one country. This will require not just further investment in our military, especially naval capabilities, shipbuilding anyone, but also strong cooperation with every nation that stands to suffer, from India to Japan and beyond, if this problem is not addressed. Given President Trump's insistence on increasing burden sharing from Japan and South Korea, we must urge these countries to increase defense spending, with a focus on the capabilities, including new capabilities, necessary to deter adversaries and protect the first island chain. We will also harden and strengthen our military presence in the Western Pacific, while in our dealings with Taiwan and Australia, we maintain our determined rhetoric on increased defense spending. Preventing conflict requires a vigilant posture in the Indo-Pacific, a renewed defense industrial base, greater military investment from ourselves and from allies and partners, and winning the economic and technological competition over the long term. Promoting European greatness. American officials have become used to thinking about European problems in terms of insufficient military spending and economic stagnation. There is truth to this, but Europe's real problems are even deeper. Continental Europe has been losing share of global GDP, down from 25% in 1990 to 14% today, partly owing to national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. But this economic decline is eclipsed by the real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union and other transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty, migration policies that are transforming the continent and creating strife, censorship of free speech and suppression of political opposition, cratering birth rates, and loss of national identities and self-confidence. Listen to this. So they're like, yeah, Europe doesn't spend enough on their military, and their economies are stagnating. But it's even worse than that. It's the economic stagnation is because of national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. But it's even worse than that. It's civilizational erasure. The loss of their national identities. Should present trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. But maybe the first thing that I've really strongly disagreed with in this is that Europe is not a continent. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies and militaries strong enough to remain reliable allies. Many of these nations are currently doubling down on their present path. We want Europe to remain European, to regain its civilizational self-confidence, and to abandon its failed focus on regulatory suffocation. They're like, bros, you literally might not even be eligible to be allies for us soon. That's how bad off you are. We can't even look at you as an ally. You're becoming like a retarded liability. We want Europe to remain European. This lack of self-confidence is most evident in Europe's relationship with Russia. European allies enjoy a significant hard power advantage over Russia by almost every measure save nuclear weapons. As a result of Russia's war in Ukraine, European relations with Russia are now deeply attenuated, and many Europeans regard Russia as an existential threat. Managing European relations with Russia will require significant U.S. diplomatic engagement, both to reestablish conditions of strategic stability across the Eurasian landmass and to mitigate the risk of conflict between Russia and European states. Look at how they're framing this. They're framing this as Europe is degrading and losing their minds, and now they're all hysterically terrified of Russia. And our job is going to have to be to calm Europe down, get them to get their shit together so they can just have normal relations with Russia. It is a core interest of the United States to negotiate an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent unintended escalation or expansion of the war, and reestablish strategic stability with Russia, as well as to enable the post-hostilities reconstruction of Ukraine to enable its survival as a viable state. The Ukraine war has had the perverse effect of increasing Europe's, especially Germany's, external dependencies. Today, German chemical companies are building some of the world's largest processing plants in China, using Russian gas that they cannot obtain at home. The Trump administration finds itself at odds with European officials who hold unrealistic expectations for the war perched in unstable minority governments, many of which trample on basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. A large European majority wants peace, yet that desire is not translated into policy, in large measure because of those governments' subversion of democratic processes. This is strategically important to the United States, precisely because European states cannot reform themselves if they are trapped in political crisis. Yet Europe remains strategically and culturally vital to the United States. Transatlantic trade remains one of the pillars of the global economy and of American prosperity. European sectors from manufacturing to technology to energy remain among the world's most robust. Europe is home to cutting-edge scientific research and world-leading cultural institutions. Not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating for what this strategy aims to achieve. American diplomacy should continue to stand up for genuine democracy, freedom of expression, and unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. America encourages its political allies in Europe to promote this revival of spirit, and the growing influence of patriotic European parties indeed gives cause for great optimism. What else could they be referring to with the growing influence of patriotic European parties? Our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. We will need a strong Europe to help us successfully compete and to work in concert with us to prevent any adversary from dominating Europe. America is, understandably, sentimentally attached to the European continent, and, of course, to Britain and Ireland. The character of these countries is also strategically important because we count upon creative, capable, confident, democratic allies to establish conditions of stability and security. We want to work with aligned countries that want to restore their former greatness. Over the long term, it is more than plausible that within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. As such, it is an open question whether they will view their place in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as those who signed the NATO Charter. They're talking directly about white replacement. Within a few decades at the latest, certain white countries will become majority non-white. And then we'll have the question of whether we can even call them European in the first place. Our broad policy for Europe should prioritize reestablishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia, enabling Europe to stand on its own feet and operate as a group of aligned sovereign nations, including by taking primary responsibility for its own defense without being dominated by any adversarial power, which is, by the way, the subtext here, a group of aligned sovereign nations. This is a direct challenge to the very existence of the EU. They're not even recognizing the EU as a valid organization. And it's been that way for this entire administration. He doesn't negotiate with the EU. He'll negotiate with individual nations, but the EU is an illegitimate political organization in their eyes. Cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations, opening European markets to U.S. goods and services and ensuring fair treatment of U.S. workers and businesses, building up the healthy nations of Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe through commercial ties, weapon sales, political collaboration, and cultural and educational exchanges, ending the perception and preventing the reality of NATO as a perpetually expanding alliance, and encouraging Europe to take action to combat mercantilist overcapacity, technological theft, cyber espionage, and other hostile economic practices. Yes, Lenimoke, the Trump admin is openly expressing concerns about and opposition to the Great Replacement. 10 years ago, this was kooky fringe shit. And yet people want to tell me that nothing ever happens, man. The Middle East. Shift burdens, build peace. For half a century at least, American foreign policy has prioritized the Middle East above all other regions. The reasons are obvious. The Middle East was for decades the world's most important supplier of energy, was a prime theater of superpower competition, and was rife with conflict that threatened to spill into the wider world and even to our own shores. Today, at least two of those dynamics no longer hold. Energy supplies have diversified greatly, with the United States once again a net energy exporter. Superpower competition has given way to great power jockeying, in which the United States retains the most enviable position, reinforced by President Trump's successful revitalization of our alliances in the Gulf with other Arab partners and with Israel. Yeah, that's right, Josh Ham. Trump admin is also saying the Marshall Plan is over. Yep, you guys got to build yourselves up now. Conflict remains the Middle East's most troublesome dynamic, but there is today less to this problem than headlines might lead one to believe. Iran, the region's chief destabilizing force, has been greatly weakened by Israeli action since October 7, 2023, and President Trump's June 2025 Operation Midnight Hammer, which successfully degraded Iran's nuclear program. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains thorny, but thanks to the ceasefire and release of hostages President Trump negotiated, progress toward a more permanent peace has been made. Hamas's chief backers have been weakened or stepped away. Syria remains a potential problem, but with American, Arab, Israeli, and Turkish support, may stabilize and reassume its rightful place as an integral positive player in the region. As this administration rescinds or eases restrictive energy policies and American energy production ramps up, America's historic reason for focusing on the Middle East will recede. America's historic reason for focusing on the Middle East will recede. Instead, the region will increasingly become a source and destination of international investment, and in industries well beyond oil and gas, including nuclear energy, AI, and defense technologies. We can also work with Middle East partners to advance other economic interests, from securing supply chains to bolstering opportunities to develop friendly and open markets in other parts of the world, such as Africa. Middle East partners are demonstrating their commitment to combating radicalism, a trend line American policy should continue to encourage. But doing so will require dropping America's misguided experiment with hectoring these nations, especially the Gulf monarchies, into abandoning their traditions and historic forms of government. We should encourage and applaud reform when and where it emerges organically, without trying to impose it from without. The key to successful relations with the Middle East is accepting the region, its leaders, and its nations as they are, while working together on areas of common interest. If you read this as a restatement of neoconservative foreign policy rather than its explicit rebuttal, you are mentally damaged. You are handicapped. Josh Ham is saying Trump is saying here that Israel is super strong and has been very effective. Israel has won so much that America doesn't need to protect it anymore. Right. And at the same time, all of the other Gulf states should be left alone to organize themselves as they please, as long as they're cooperative and peaceful with everyone else. Yeah, Modest Contemplations, the death of global liberalism. We are not going to be nation building. We're not going to be spreading democracy to the world. Nope. We don't even have as much of an economic reason to be there because of the proliferation of energy resources elsewhere. So they're explicitly saying, we are withdrawing substantially from the region. And it's up to you guys to manage yourselves there. America will always have core interests in ensuring that Gulf energy supplies do not fall into the hands of an outright enemy, that the Strait of Hormuz remain open, that the Red Sea remain navigable, that the region not be an incubator or exporter of terror against American interests or the American homeland, and that Israel remain secure. We can and must address this threat ideologically and militarily without decades of fruitless nation-building wars. We also have a clear interest in expanding the Abraham Accords to more nations in the region and to other countries in the Muslim world. But the days in which the Middle East dominated American foreign policy in both long-term planning and day-to-day execution are thankfully over. Not because the Middle East no longer matters, but because it is no longer the constant irritant and potential source of imminent catastrophe that it once was. It is rather emerging as a place of partnership, friendship, and investment, a trend that should be welcomed and encouraged. In fact, President Trump's ability to unite the Arab world at Sharm el-Sheikh in pursuit of peace and normalization will allow the United States to finally prioritize American interests. They are implicit in this is that the nation building and all the focus and obsession over the Middle East was not prioritizing American interests. And I believe lastly here, Africa. For far too long, American policy in Africa has focused on providing and later on spreading liberal ideology. The United States should instead look to partner with select countries to ameliorate conflict, foster mutually beneficial trade relationships, and transition from a foreign aid paradigm to an investment and growth paradigm, capable of harnessing Africa's abundant natural resources and latent economic potential. Opportunities for engagement could include negotiating settlements to ongoing conflicts, for example, Congo and Rwanda and Sudan, and preventing new ones, for example, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia, as well as action to amend our approach to aid and investment, e.g. the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. What this is here is also a total and comprehensive repudiation of the age-old European imperial colonization processes, particularly as they persist with like the Soros operations and such in Africa. And we must remain wary of resurgent Islamist terrorist activity in parts of Africa while avoiding any long-term American presence or commitments. The United States should transition from an aid-focused relationship with Africa to a trade and investment-focused relationship, favoring partnerships with capable, reliable states committed to opening their markets to U.S. goods and services. An immediate area for U.S. investment in Africa, with prospects for a good return on investment, include the energy sector and critical mineral development. Development of U.S.-backed nuclear energy, liquid petroleum gas, and liquefied natural gas technologies can generate profits for U.S. businesses and help us in the competition for critical minerals and other resources. And that is the new national security strategy of the United States under President Donald J. Trump, and soon to be under President J.D. Vance. Josh Ham says, read, America requires freedom of navigation and no terrorism. Do that, and we're cool. We can do business together. Slutty Milk says, yeah, I don't know how anyone could read this and think we're still doing gay, global, homo, liberal, nation-building bullshit. I don't know how much more explicit they can be. Yeah, Friedrich List was all over that, too. Yep. You know what, also, as these development and investment partnership opportunities in Africa start taking off, it's very obvious that these are going to be primarily driven by American business interests, which means private military contracting is going to be a big deal because they're making it explicit. We don't want to have like big American deployments and everything there. We're not going to be sending the U.S. military out to do adventurism and nation building and all of that, but there's going to need to be the American interests are going to have to be supported by the businesses are going to have to be protected and supported there. So there's going to be a big market for private military contractors. I'm sure there already is, but it's going to be even bigger. Mars Monkey says, yeah, it's pretty clear that Marco Rubio's weakest policy point is Israel, but it's not that deep. I'm glad he's great on the Great Replacement, which is far more important. Yeah, right. All right, guys. Well, coming up on the 5-hour mark for the Labe itself, not even including the pre-show. Been going for 5.5 hours now. So, my watch just told me that it's time to stand up. So I think I'm going to wrap it here. Wish you guys a happy night, and I will see you guys tomorrow for the great and glorious Pseudolabe. Make sure you guys tune in for that. Probably late afternoon, early evening is when I'll be getting started. This is assuming that I don't go to sleep and wake up with my feeling like I have an ice pick in my brain again. So just follow me on Twitter at KingPilled or on KingPilled on Telegram. I will send out notifications letting you know what time to expect me. Make sure you go join the KingPilled Discord. You oughta. KingPilled.com. And if you'd like to support the show, you can go to tips.kingpill.com for the Streamlabs link. If that's giving you grief, there's also Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, KingPilled on all of those. And if you go to Twitter, you'll see there's a tip option there. That may be the easiest way to get to the Venmo and Cash App, and also the Bitcoin address. Or if you go look at the podcast description or the YouTube description, you'll also see the my Bitcoin address in there as well. If you'd like to send me Bitcoin, I will take all of your Bitcoins and add them to the stack. And just so you know, if you guys send stuff through Cash App and Venmo, I just buy Bitcoin with that stuff. So as long as the Streamlabs link and the Kick revenue and the King Pill Discord, as long as those are combining to make sure the bills are paid, everything else gets funneled into Bitcoin. So all these different ways you guys support the show. These are my sources of income. This is how I pay the bills, how I keep a roof over the family's head and food in their bellies, pay for the truck, all that sort of stuff, all the utilities. Everything is paid for directly by you guys. I deeply, deeply appreciate you. I would not be able to do this show without you, and I'm very, very grateful. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you show up for the Pseudolabe, because it's going to be a whopper. And I'll have a few other things at the beginning. We'll have a little fun with some stuff at the very beginning. So, have yourselves a good night. And I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said,